Section 1. Homer Simpson, The Architecture of a Broken Man. There is a man sitting on a couch in Springfield right now. He has been sitting on that couch since 1989. He is wearing the same white shirt, the same blue trousers, the same battered shoes that have never quite fit right. He is watching television he barely understands, holding a can of beer he doesn't need but can't seem to put down. And somewhere underneath all of that, underneath the laugh and the belly and the comforting shape of him, there is a story the show has been quietly telling for 36 years that almost nobody has ever sat with long enough to fully hear. His name is Homer J. Simpson. He is 39 years old. He has been 39 years old for longer than most people watching have been alive. And when you actually look at him, when you stop seeing the punchline and start seeing the person, what you find is one of the saddest, most carefully constructed portraits of a damaged human being that American television has ever produced, hidden inside a comedy so beloved that the sadness became invisible. Let's start at the beginning. Not the beginning the show gives you in the title sequence, with the family rushing home from their various corners of Springfield and piling onto the couch in a blur of color and music. The real beginning, the one that explains why Homer Simpson became Homer Simpson, a beginning that predates any episode by years and involves a series of losses so compounding and so quietly devastating that the wonder is not that Homer ended up the way he ended up. The wonder is that he ended up as functional as he is. Homer grew up in a house with a father who was emotionally unavailable in the particular way that men of Abe Simpson's generation had been taught to be. Abe wasn't cruel in any dramatic sense. He was a man who had lived through a war, who had survived things he never discussed with anyone, who had come home and tried to build a life, and found that building a life left very little room for tenderness. Abe Simpson loved his son the way a man loves something he doesn't quite know how to touch, from a distance, through actions rather than words, with a kind of gruff practicality that communicated care without ever quite arriving at warmth. That distance was the first wound. The show doesn't linger on it because Homer doesn't linger on it. Homer has internalized the distance so completely that it doesn't register as a wound in his experience of it. It registers as the texture of fathers, as the shape of what you can expect from the parent who wasn't your mother. And then, Homer's mother left. The show takes its time revealing this. For the first 6 seasons, Homer's mother is simply dead. That is the story Abe told him. She died when you were young. Here is a grave. Here is the shape of your grief. Grow up around it. And Homer did. He grew up around a grief that was built on a lie, shaped by the absence of a woman who was actually alive, who thought about him every single day, who had been forced underground by a man whose name Homer would one day sign his employment forms for. What that lie did to Homer is the foundation of everything. The specific lie Abe told gave Homer a particular kind of grief. Not the grief of abandonment, which would have carried its own specific texture of self-questioning. The grief Abe gave Homer was simpler. The world took her. Nothing you could have done. Nothing about you caused this. She is simply gone. And then the show flips it. The episode is called Mother Simpson, Season 7. And when Mona finally appears, alive, older, guilt-ridden, standing at what she believed was her son's grave, the revelation doesn't play as triumph. It plays as devastation in slow motion. Because the moment Homer understands that his mother didn't die, the next thought arrives immediately, and it is a thought the show doesn't spell out, but absolutely lets you feel in the silence that falls over that cemetery scene. She left anyway. She was alive, somewhere in the world, all those years. The distance between them was not death, it was circumstance. Closed doors, locked doors, doors that couldn't safely be opened, but doors nonetheless. And the presence of doors means that somewhere in the part of Homer's heart that grief had never quite reached, a question surfaces with terrible freshness. Was it possible to come back? And if it was possible to come back, why hadn't she? Homer is not stupid enough. And here we need to say something directly about Homer's intelligence, because the show has deliberately complicated it in ways that most casual viewers never fully engage with. Homer is not stupid enough to miss this. He understands, somewhere beneath the joy of seeing her, that his childhood was built on an absence that didn't have to be absolute, and he forgives her anyway, almost immediately, with a warmth that should break your heart if you let it. That capacity for forgiveness is the most underrated thing about Homer Simpson. Now let's talk about the intelligence, because the show has done something with Homer's mind that it has never done with any other character, and it requires attention. Homer's IQ has been canonically stated as 55. The show treats this as foundational information. He is not smart. The evidence is extensive and relentless across 36 seasons. He sleeps at his workstation. He once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would grow bigger. The incompetence is real and consistent and funny, and the show leans into it so heavily that it can feel like the entire truth about Homer's mind. It is not the entire truth. In season 12, a doctor removes a crayon from Homer's brain, a crayon that has been lodged there since childhood. The show's account of how it got there is deliberately vague, another detail that nobody in Springfield seems to have noticed or asked about. And the removal of this object causes Homer's IQ to skyrocket. Suddenly he is articulate, he can follow complex arguments, he can construct them, he can read a situation with systemic comprehension, seeing not just the surface of things but the structure beneath them. He understands what is happening to Springfield, the contamination, the economics, the way Burns has built a system that extracts value from the people who can least afford to lose it, with a clarity that is startling and specific. He can see. For what appears to be the first time in his adult life, he can actually see, and it makes him miserable. The misery is not abstract. It is the specific, concrete misery of a man who can suddenly perceive all the things that are wrong with his life and his world, and who has, simultaneously, zero additional tools for fixing any of them. The plant still leaks. Burns still doesn't know his name. Marge is still performing the majority of the emotional labor of their household. Lisa is still lonely. Bart is still on a trajectory that worries anyone looking at it clearly. The seeing changes nothing except the quality of Homer's relationship to what he sees. It makes everything hurt more precisely, and the hurt produces no result. So Homer asks for the crayon back. He chooses, explicitly and deliberately, to return to a lower level of cognitive function because the alternative is unbearable. And this moment, played partly for comedy, partly for something that lands much harder and stays longer, is one of the most psychologically honest things the show has ever done. Was that really a choice? When the conditions that make your life livable depend on not being able to clearly perceive the conditions that make your life difficult, is the decision to preserve those conditions a choice in any meaningful sense? Or is it the only available option for a person who has run out of other options? Homer chose stupidity, the episode suggests, but the frame is incomplete. Homer chose relief from a pain he had no tools to address. Those are different things. Now the radiation enters the picture. The broader argument that the Springfield nuclear power plant has been systematically altering the biology and cognition of every resident connects to Homer's personal history in a way that makes the crayon not simply a physical accident, but potentially something else, a single visible piece of damage in a life built on layers of it, most invisible because it arrived so gradually and so early that it has always felt like the texture of normal. Homer was born in Springfield. He grew up in Springfield. He has worked inside a nuclear facility in direct proximity to an active reactor core for the entirety of his adult life. The question of how much of his cognitive limitation is the crayon and how much is decades of environmental contamination is one the show raises without answering, perhaps because the two causes are so thoroughly intertwined by now that the answer doesn't change the outcome. He is how he is. What is remarkable, and this is the thing the show keeps returning to, that makes Homer something other than a comic figure, is what he does within the constraints of how he is. He loves his family with a ferocity that is almost frightening in its completeness. The show depicts this in every register, from broad comedy to something that pierces cleanly through all the comedy and sits in the chest. Homer's love for Marge is the most consistent thing about him. Not his appetite, not his incompetence, the love. It predates everything. It is the organizing fact of his adult life, the center of gravity that everything else orbits. and Homer's love for his children, the particular, unwieldy, overflowy love of a man who grew up not quite getting enough of it and therefore has vast quantities to distribute without always knowing how to aim, is the emotional engine of the entire show. He shows up. This is the secret the show has been keeping inside Homer for 36 years, and it is not dramatic. It does not rewrite what you thought you knew. It is quieter than that. The kind of thing you notice in small moments that the show doesn't score with music telling you to notice them. There is an episode, not a famous one, where Homer spends an afternoon listening to Lisa explain a scientific concept he will never understand. He nods. He asks the wrong questions. He misses the point, repeatedly. And at the end, when Lisa has given up on the explanation and is sitting beside him in comfortable silence, Homer puts his arm around her and says that he doesn't really get it, but he thinks she's the smartest person he has ever met. Lisa knows he doesn't understand the concept. Homer knows he doesn't understand the concept. But that is not the conversation that actually happened. The conversation that happened was Homer sitting in a chair for an hour, telling his daughter she was worth listening to. The conversation was, "You matter to me even when I cannot follow you." For Lisa, who spends most of her life feeling like no one is listening, who has been making arguments into indifferent air since before she could sit up straight, that hour is not a small thing. It is one of the larger things she will ever receive. The relationship between Homer and Bart is more complicated and more combative. The strangulation is a gag so old it has become visual grammar rather than violence. But underneath the gag is something the show has been careful about, something it has allowed to be messy rather than resolved. Homer strangles Bart because Bart is infuriating. This is the surface, but the show has given us enough glimpses of what sits underneath the frustration that the strangulation reads, if you are paying attention, as something more complex than anger. Homer sees himself in Bart, not the self he is now, the damaged, limited, coping mechanism-laden self that 39 years in Springfield has produced. He sees the self he was before the world got to him, the wildness, the refusal to accept that rules are necessary, the instinct to push back against authority for the sheer pleasure of pushing, the energy that hasn't yet been converted by consequence and responsibility and the gravity of a life that turned serious before he was ready, into the heavy inertia of an adult who can barely get off the couch. Bart has what Homer had and lost. And Homer's response to watching someone have the thing you lost is not always clean or comprehensible or appropriate. It is often strangulation. But the show has also given us the other thing. The quiet episodes, where Homer and Bart do nothing in particular together, fish without catching anything, eat bad food, have conversations that go nowhere specific and arrive somewhere unexpected. And in those episodes, what you see between them is something the comedy around it can never fully obscure. A recognition, a comfort, the particular ease of two people who share a frequency they don't share with many other people, even when they cannot tell you what the frequency is. Homer would walk through fire for Bart without hesitation or calculation. This has been demonstrated. The love is enormous and clumsy and expressed primarily through catastrophically mistimed interventions in Bart's life that somehow, against all probability, occasionally work. Not because Homer's judgment is sound, because the intention behind the judgment is unmistakable. When Homer charges into Bart's problems, the charge is not strategic. It is love moving as fast as love can move. Now we need to return to Mona, because the Mona thread is the thread that connects everything about Homer into a coherent story. Mona was radicalized in 1969. She joined a group of activists. She targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Charles Montgomery Burns and helped destroy the biological agents stored there. During the raid, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Burns. He saw her face. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona was a fugitive, unable to go home, unable to hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer while he slept and disappeared into the night. He woke up. She was gone. And Abe told him she was dead. Homer's entire adult personality is a coping mechanism for a specific kind of loss he was told was the wrong kind of loss. He grieved a death. He had no reason, in his own emotional accounting, to feel rejected or abandoned or inadequate. The dead do not choose to leave. The dead are taken, but the wound still formed. From the specific texture of growing up without a mother, from the particular flavor of a household where the emotional temperature was set low by a father who did not have the range for warmth, from becoming a child who did not receive enough of a particular kind of love to believe, in his body, in his nervous system, that he was worth the receiving. That is the wound that shaped Homer. And the lie made it invisible, because the lie gave it the wrong explanation. And Burns is the person responsible. Not entirely, but Burns is the one who reported Mona's face. Burns is the one who, decades later, spotted her through a cab window and reported her again. And Burns is the man who signs Homer's paycheck every 2 weeks. Homer works for the man who took his mother from him. And Homer doesn't connect the dots. The show makes this explicit and treats it not as comedy, but as the most accurate thing it knows how to say about the relationship between cognitive limitation and the structures that produced it. Homer cannot make the connection because his brain does not work the way a brain needs to work to make that kind of large-scale causal connection. The damage is precisely located in the parts of Homer's mind that would need to be functional for him to see what is right in front of him. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life. He engineered the conditions that made Homer the person who would spend his adult life working for Burns without ever understanding what the working means. The show gives Homer one thing that Burns cannot take and cannot contaminate and cannot manage: the love in the house at the end of every episode. The family on the couch, the television on, the ordinary miracle of everyone being present and accounted for. Homer's deepest pleasure is the couch, the noise, the presence of the people he loves in the same room. The settling is not defeat. The settling is Homer's specific, limited, hard-won version of having enough. And having enough, in a life structured from the outside to provide as little as possible, is not a small thing. It is, in fact, everything. The nuclear power plant is the geography of Homer's life, in the same way that Evergreen Terrace is the geography of his home. He has been inside both of them for 36 years. He knows the plant the way you know somewhere you have been every day, not through study or attention, but through the deep, cellular absorption of a place that has become your body's default setting. He knows which hallway smells different on Monday mornings, which elevator makes a sound that suggests you should take the other one, where the light is better if you need to eat lunch somewhere that isn't the break room. This knowledge is real, and it is sophisticated in its own way, and it has not, in any meaningful sense, prepared him to do the job he has been hired to do. The job is safety inspector. This is worth holding in your mind for a moment, not as a punchline, though the show has mined it as a punchline across hundreds of episodes, but as a factual description of the situation. Homer Simpson, with the IQ the show has established, with the crayon-impeded cognitive function, with the sleeping at the workstation and the snacking during meltdown warnings, is the person standing between the Springfield nuclear power plant's 342 safety violations and the people living downwind of those violations. He takes it seriously, in his way. This is the part the comedy buries and the straight reading reveals. Homer is not indifferent to his job. He is incapable of performing it competently, but he is not unaware that it matters. There are episodes that show Homer briefly and clearly understanding what is at stake, understanding that his failure to catch certain things has consequences that extend beyond his own paycheck and his family's dinner table. The understanding arrives. It is real. It produces in him a moment of something approaching appropriate gravity. And then something happens. A donut materializes, or a distraction presents itself, or his attention is simply not sufficient to the task of holding the gravity long enough to do something with it, and the moment passes without generating action. This is not stupidity in the simple sense. It is the specific cognitive profile of a person whose capacity for attention is compromised, whose working memory is impaired, whose executive function, the part of the mind that takes the knowing and converts it into sustained doing, does not operate at the level the job requires. He knows what he should do. The connection between knowing and doing is broken somewhere in the middle. The crayon is both cause and symbol. a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood, reducing his cognitive function across his entire adult life, is the show's literal explanation for why Homer is the way he is. But it is also a symbol of something the show has been saying throughout its run, that the people most damaged by the system of Springfield are also the people who have been installed as the system's nominal protectors. The safety inspector is the most cognitively impaired person in the facility. This is not an accident. This is the design. When the crayon is removed, in the episode where Homer's IQ temporarily soars to genius level, he becomes someone else. Someone more articulate, more capable, more aware of the architecture of his own situation and the specific shapes of the injustices operating around him. He sees what he has been part of. He understands, with a clarity his normal state does not permit, the full extent of what his life at the plant has meant. He understands what Burns is doing, and what the plant is doing, and why he specifically has been kept in the position he occupies. And it makes him miserable, because understanding your situation more clearly, when your situation is this particular situation, does not produce the possibility of addressing it. It produces only the knowledge that it cannot be addressed. The intelligence Homer gains when the crayon comes out does not give him the power to change his circumstances. It gives him only the capacity to see them, clearly, for what they are. And what they are is not something that can be fixed from his position. The decision to put the crayon back is the single most heartbreaking moment in Homer's character history. He chooses the fog. He chooses the diminished capacity. He chooses not to see clearly because, seeing clearly, in his specific situation, in Springfield, in Sector 7G, produces only suffering without any compensating possibility of change. This is not stupidity. This is a rational response to an irrational situation. The intelligence is unbearable because the intelligence cannot do anything. The fog is at least comfortable. He sits back down on the couch. He reaches for the beer. He doesn't know why he's so happy, and he doesn't need to know. The fog is warm, and the family is on the couch beside him, and the television is on. He is home. That is enough. That has always been enough. The marriages, not just to Marge in the canonical present, but the earlier ones the show has revealed through flashbacks and alternate timelines, and the particular genre of Simpsons storytelling that involves revealing new biographical information that technically contradicts earlier biographical information without the show treating the contradiction as a problem, are worth dwelling on. In high school, before Marge, Homer was not yet Homer in the way we know him. He was not yet the person who the fog had fully shaped. He was romantic and earnest and trying, in the way teenagers try, to be someone larger than the environment they are in. He fell for Marge in the particular way people fall when they are young enough that falling feels like a permanent condition, rather than something that eventually finds its level. The show has also revealed, in various seasons, marriages and near marriages from Homer's early adulthood that the canonical present-day Homer does not remember, or remembers only in distorted form. Homer was legally married before Marge. This information arrives in the show and is processed, and then the show moves on, because the show always moves on, and Springfield resumes its normal operations, and Homer goes back to work at the plant. But the accumulation of this biographical information across 36 years of revealing and then moving past produces a portrait of a man whose life has a complexity that the comedic surface does not quite have room for. He has been in love multiple times. He has made commitments he could not always keep. He has been the person who left, in some cases, and the person who was left, in others. And neither version of those experiences has been fully processed, because Homer's emotional processing apparatus is not built for the full processing of things. What he has is Marge. The marriage that persisted, the house on Evergreen Terrace, and the children, and the couch, and the specific ongoing daily intimacy of two people who have been living the same life from adjacent positions for 3.5 decades. He does not appreciate this sufficiently. The show has made this plain and has returned to it many times. He does not see it clearly enough. He does not demonstrate it consistently enough. He forgets, with a frequency that is both comedic and genuinely painful, that the thing he has is the thing worth having. But when he remembers, in the moments when the fog clears just enough, in the episodes that are built around one of these moments of temporary clarity, he looks at Marge with something that defies the show's usual register. He looks at her the way you look at someone when you understand, briefly and completely, that you are lucky. That the particular configuration of your life, imperfect and chaotic and frequently of your own making in the worst ways, contains something genuine and irreplaceable. He has never been able to hold that look for long. But it is real every time it appears. And it has appeared reliably across 36 years of trying and failing and resetting and trying again. Homer Simpson is not what Springfield made him. He is more than what Springfield made him. The more keeps appearing in the gaps between the comedy, in the small moments the show renders without underlining, in the look on his face when the fog lifts. And then the fog comes back, and he goes back to work. Drop a comment right now with where you're watching from and what time it is there. I always love seeing that. And if this is the kind of thing you want more of, subscribe so you never miss it. Section 2. Marge Simpson, the woman holding a world together that doesn't deserve her. There is a sound in the Simpson household that you learn to listen for after a while. It is not Homer's laugh, or Bart's yell, or Lisa's saxophone. The sound you need to listen for is quieter than any of those. It is the sound of Marge making a low, worried hum. A sound she produces when something is wrong that she hasn't figured out how to say yet. When the worry is too large for words, or the problem is sitting too close to her chest to be named out loud. That sound is the emotional score of the entire show. It runs underneath every plot, every catastrophe, every reset, the way a bass note runs underneath music that seems to be about something else entirely. And most people who love The Simpsons have been hearing it for decades without quite recognizing what they're hearing. Marge Bouvier Simpson is the center of gravity for everything on Evergreen Terrace. Not the comedic center. That belongs to Homer, whose disasters generate the plots that drive the comedy. Not the moral center. That belongs more clearly to Lisa, who argues for the right thing in every situation, regardless of whether anyone is listening. Marge is the operational center. She is the reason the house functions. She is the reason Homer has clothes in the morning, and the children have lunches, and the bills are paid, and the refrigerator contains food that will eventually be turned into a meal that everyone will eat at a table Marge has set. She is the organizational infrastructure behind a family that would scatter in 3 directions and eventually set something on fire without her. And the show has spent 36 years giving her credit for approximately a quarter of that. This is not an accident. This is not the show failing to notice what Marge does. It is the show depicting with unusual accuracy the specific invisibility of the work that holds households together. The invisibility is the subject. Marge being background is the point. And the show knows it, and the knowing makes the depiction a critique rather than an endorsement. The problem is that the critique is so thoroughly embedded in the texture of the show, so woven into how Marge exists within her world, that it reads as texture rather than commentary on the texture. But it is commentary. It has always been commentary. Let's start with what Marge actually is, beneath the blue tower of hair and the modest dress and the patient expression that has become as iconic as any visual in American animation. She is, by any honest accounting, the most emotionally intelligent person in Springfield. This is a remarkable thing to say about a character primarily known for being long-suffering and domestically competent. But it is accurate. Marge's particular gift, the ability to read the emotional temperature of everyone around her simultaneously, to understand what each person needs and why, and how to address it without necessarily having been told any of the relevant information, is something the show depicts with remarkable consistency across 3 decades. She knows when Homer is about to do something catastrophically impulsive before Homer knows it. She knows when Lisa is retreating into herself in the way that means she needs gentle approaching. She knows when Bart's bravado is covering something he is not ready to talk about. She knows when Ned Flanders is suffering in ways his cheerfulness is specifically designed to conceal. She knows all of these things, and she responds to all of them, often simultaneously. And the responding is frequently done without acknowledgement, sometimes without the person she is responding to ever realizing they were responded to. This kind of emotional intelligence is work, invisible work, the kind that does not produce a product you can point to, the kind that looks from the outside like it costs nothing because it is performed without visible effort. But it is constant and exhausting, and it requires the kind of sustained attention that makes everything else you might direct that attention toward, your own needs, your own ambitions, your own interior life, substantially harder to prioritize. The blue hair is worth pausing on, because it has become so much a part of how we see Marge that it has stopped registering as characterization. Marge's hair never changes. In a household where Homer's weight fluctuates, where Bart cycles through phases, where Lisa's enthusiasms rotate through a dizzying range of causes and interests, Marge's hair is constant, always exactly that height, always exactly that shade, always perfectly maintained, despite no visible evidence of the maintenance being performed. The easy explanation is animation convenience, but the slightly harder reading, the reading that connects to what we know about Marge's situation, is that the constancy of her appearance reflects something real about how she experiences time and change. She does not get to evolve visually because she does not get time to evolve. She is too busy maintaining the conditions that allow everyone else to change, to fail, to have adventures, to recover. She is the fixed point, the stability, the thing that persists while everything else moves around it. Her hair being unchanged is her character being unchanged, not because she is simple, but because the role she has accepted demands a kind of stable consistency that leaves no room for her own becoming. There is an episode in the early seasons where Marge finds herself working at the nuclear power plant, the same facility with the cracked cooling towers and the safety violations and the luminous rats. She is good at the job, actually, specifically, observably good at it. She organizes people and processes with a fluency that makes her supervisors notice. She communicates clearly. She understands the systems around her and adapts to them without the adjustment period most new employees require. The episode uses this to make a point about workplace dynamics and what happens to women who are competent in environments built around male incompetence. But underneath that broader point is a quieter observation. Marge has been performing management-level work in her household for years, without title, without compensation, without any of the formal markers that would make the work visible as work. And so when she walks into a professional environment, the skills transfer immediately. They are not new. They are existing skills applied in a new context. What the show does not do, and this is the weight-bearing beam of Marge's character, is follow this thread to its conclusion. The episode resolves in a way that returns Marge to the domestic sphere. By the next episode, the professional competence she demonstrated has not produced a professional life. The recognition she received has not translated into sustained recognition anywhere. This is sometimes read as evidence that the show, despite its progressive instincts, ultimately keeps Marge small. There is another reading. The show is not keeping Marge small. It is documenting the specific mechanisms by which Marge is kept small, the structural realities of her household, the distribution of responsibility that is calcified over years, the way the needs of 4 other people constitute a permanent counterweight to any individual ambition she might try to pursue, and then asking you to sit with the discomfort of watching those mechanisms operate rather than wrapping them in a narrative of escape and transformation. Marge goes back to the kitchen not because the show thinks that is where she belongs, but because the kitchen is where her family needs her to be, and Marge has been inside this family long enough that the family's needs have become her own. The tragedy, to the extent there is one, is not that Marge is forced back. It is that Marge has internalized the forcing back as choosing back. The distinction between what she wants and what the people she loves need has blurred to the point of near invisibility. The Marge and Homer marriage deserves more serious treatment than it typically receives. People describe it as the show's stable core, the relationship that is safe and certain in a world of chaos. And it is stable, in the sense that it endures, that it persists across 36 years and every catastrophe the show can generate. But stability in this sense is not the same as effortlessness. Their marriage requires enormous daily effort. The effort is being performed almost entirely by Marge, quietly and without ceremony, and so it looks from the outside like the marriage simply persists rather than being actively maintained. Homer loves Marge completely and somewhat carelessly, in the way a person loves something they are completely certain will always be there. His love is not insincere. The show has made very clear, in small moments scattered across 36 years, that Homer looks at Marge with something approaching wonder, the genuine, unguarded wonder of a man who truly cannot believe that this woman chose him. There is a tenderness in how Homer sees his wife that breaks through the comedy in these moments and lands with startling clarity. But Marge's love is different. Marge's love is a verb. It is active, effortful, something she performs rather than simply feels. She chooses Homer again, specifically and deliberately, in essentially every episode where the marriage comes under any meaningful pressure. She chooses him when he does something catastrophically embarrassing. She chooses him when he prioritizes beer or television over the family. She chooses him when the choosing is genuinely difficult, when a reasonable person reviewing the evidence would reach a different conclusion. The show has put Marge at the edge of leaving several times. There are episodes that sit uncomfortably close to genuine rupture, that give Marge access to alternatives and hold them in front of her long enough for the audience to see them too. An interesting man who treats her attentively, a professional opportunity that would require leaving, a moment of such profound disappointment in Homer that walking away would be understandable. And every time, she finds her way back. Not because she has no alternatives, not because she cannot imagine a different life. She finds her way back because she looked at the alternatives and then looked at what she and Homer have built and made a choice that the show frames, carefully, as a choice, as something that requires something from her. The cost of the choosing is what the show has been less consistent about examining. Marge's frustration is present but contained. She grinds her teeth. She produces the worried hum. She has, on multiple occasions, attempted to express something honest about her own needs and watched those expressions get redirected or absorbed or simply not received by the person she directed them at. Homer loves her. He does not always hear her. These are related but distinct things, and Marge lives in the gap between them with more grace than the gap deserves. She paints. This is something the show introduces and uses irregularly, but it is a genuine window into an interior life that the domestic role does not accommodate. When Marge paints, she produces work that is technically accomplished and tonally unsettling. Dark subjects rendered in careful, realistic detail that sits strangely alongside her cheerful, managed exterior. Her art is where the things that cannot go anywhere else go. The observations too uncomfortable to share over dinner. The feelings too large for the household to contain. The dark paintings are the most revealing thing the show has ever done with her character. Not because they reveal suffering. Marge is not suffering in a simple or dramatic sense, but because they reveal depth. A rich, complex, sometimes dark interior life that has been shaped by everything she has experienced and that expresses itself, when it gets expression, in a language entirely her own. The anxiety is the other essential piece of Marge's characterization, and the show has treated it as a personality quirk when it is something more specific than that. Marge worries. This is depicted as her characteristic mode, but anxiety in the way Marge experiences it is not a quirk. It is a rational response to a situation that is genuinely anxiety-producing. She lives in a household with an unpredictably impulsive spouse whose decisions regularly produce consequences she helps manage. She lives with 3 children at various stages of requiring intensive supervision and advocacy. She lives in a town that has been demonstrated across 36 seasons to be actually dangerous in ways that most of its residents cannot clearly perceive. The worry makes sense. The grinding of teeth is appropriate. And yet, and this is the thing the show returns to, the thing it will not let go of, she does not become hard. After everything, after all the years of invisible labor and subordinated ambition and patient choosing and the specific exhaustion of being the most competent person in a household that requires that competence every day, she retains a genuine warmth. Not performed warmth, real warmth. The kind that comes from actually caring about the people around you, from actually seeing them, from actually being present in a way that most people manage only intermittently. When Marge is kind to someone, they feel it, because it is real. She did not learn to appear caring by practicing the appearance of caring. She is caring, underneath all the management and the worry and the tower of blue hair. There is a moment in a later season where Marge is sitting alone in the living room after the rest of the family has gone to bed. The house is quiet. The television is off. Nothing requires her attention for the first time today. And Marge is just sitting there in the dark, with an expression the show renders without dialogue or music. What you see in that expression is the full complexity of her situation. She loves her life. Genuinely, deeply, she loves Homer and the children and the house and the shape of the days she lives inside. The love is real, and she is also, in this particular moment, in the dark, aware of everything the love costs, aware of the self she set aside, of the paintings she didn't finish, of the ambitions she filed away, of the conversations she wanted to have that got redirected by someone else's more immediate need. The show cuts away before it has to say anything more about it. That is the right choice, because what Marge is sitting with is not a problem with a solution. It is the honest weight of a life she chose. And the choosing did not resolve the complexity. It just made the complexity hers to carry. She carries it back to bed. The blue hair will be perfect in the morning. Section 3. Bart Simpson, the rebel with a wound nobody named. If you watched The Simpsons as a child in the early 90s, Bart Simpson was the whole point. He was the mischievous, underachieving, authority-defying center of something that parents found alarming and children found intoxicating. He was the kid who said what you were thinking, who did what you were not allowed to do, who wore his failure at school like a badge of distinction and his reputation as a troublemaker like a costume he had chosen, rather than one that had been forced on him by the available options. He was the energy of a child who had decided that rules were optional and consequences were for people who didn't have his combination of nerve and luck. He was a fantasy. And then the show grew up around him, season by season, and the fantasy started to show its other face. And what appeared underneath the chaos and the pranks and the eternal springtime of a child who would never have to be anything other than 10 years old was something the show has been trying to say about Bart Simpson for 3 decades without quite managing to say it plainly. Bart Simpson is in pain. Not in a dramatic after-school special way. The pain is not the point of the show, and Bart would never frame it as pain. He does not have the emotional vocabulary for that. He has been given, by the particular conditions of his upbringing and his environment and his school and his family, an extraordinarily limited set of tools for understanding his own interior life. And so the pain comes out sideways, as it does when there are no other exits. It comes out as pranks, and as defiance, and as the particular bravado of a kid who learned very early that performing confidence was easier and safer than performing vulnerability. Let's look at the school situation first, because it is the most consistent source of information about what is actually happening inside Bart Simpson, and the context in which his character has been most systematically misread. He is, in the official institutional view of Springfield Elementary, a problem. Principal Skinner views him as a personal nemesis. His teachers have largely given up. The institutional machinery of the school has classified him as a kid who will not be helped, who will age out of their responsibility and become someone else's problem. There have been conversations about holding him back. There have been suggestions of special placement. There has been an enormous quantity of institutional energy directed at managing Bart rather than at educating him, which is a distinction that matters enormously and that nobody in Springfield Elementary has ever made explicitly. The thing the school never does, and this is not unique to cartoon schools, this is a real thing that happens in real schools with real children who present the way Bart presents, is ask what the underperformance is protecting. Because Bart is not simply incapable, the show demonstrates this repeatedly in episodes that take him out of the school environment and place him somewhere his actual capacities can operate without the machinery of academic failure pressing down on everything. He is funny in ways that require precise timing and accurate social observation. He reads people with a speed and an accuracy that is genuinely impressive. He develops loyal friendships and maintains them through adversity. He has a moral intuition that is considerably more reliable than most of the adults around him would like to credit. He also, when he encounters a teacher or a mentor who actually sees him, who approaches him as a person to be engaged rather than a problem to be managed, demonstrates a capacity for engagement that is startling in its completeness. He leans in, he works, he shows up on time and takes things seriously and produces results that contradict everything Springfield Elementary's records say about what Bart Simpson is capable of. What those moments share is the quality of being seen. Bart, when someone looks at him and actually sees what is there rather than what his file says should be there, responds with a desperation that is heartbreaking if you watch it without the comedy telling you that the heartbreak is not the point. He leans into the attention. He applies himself, shows up, takes things seriously, not because the work matters to him in the abstract, because the person who assigned the work has communicated, in the act of assigning it with genuine expectation, that Bart doing it matters to them specifically. The need for that particular kind of mattering is the wound that nobody named. Homer's love for Bart is real, but it is expressed through strangulation and shared television and the occasional father-son adventure that begins well and ends in disaster. It is not the kind of patient, consistent attentiveness that Bart actually needs, the attentiveness that says, "I see who you are, not who you are being right now, and I am not afraid of either version of you." Marge loves Bart fiercely, but her love is wrapped in worry in a way that Bart experiences as surveillance rather than as care. She is watching him, always, because the watching is how she expresses the caring. But for a kid who already feels like the school is watching him, like the town is watching him, like everyone who looks at him is looking for the next thing to write in the report about what Bart Simpson did wrong this time, Marge's watching, however well-intentioned, registers as more of the same. He developed his entire personality around this absence. The pranks are the most visible symptom. They make people respond. They make Skinner respond. They make Homer respond. They make Moe respond in the particular form of escalating rage at being asked for a person named Hugh Jass. The prank call to Moe's Tavern is the purest example of the mechanism. Bart makes a call, a person responds. The response is aimed specifically at Bart, even in anger, even as threat. The response is attention, which is the thing the pranks are extracting from the world. Attention is different from love. Bart knows this. But attention is available in ways that the other thing is not. And the human need for recognition will route through the available channels. The relationship with Milhouse is the show's most careful examination of Bart's capacity for genuine friendship and the particular asymmetry that tends to characterize his intimate relationships. Milhouse loves Bart with a completeness and a loyalty that is, from any outside perspective, more than Bart deserves. Bart regularly exposes Milhouse to danger, uses him as an experimental subject for ideas of questionable safety, sells him out when the selling out becomes convenient, and treats his absolute devotion as a renewable resource. And yet the relationship persists. And yet, in the moments where Milhouse is genuinely hurt or genuinely in trouble, Bart appears. Not always in time and not always in the most useful form, but Bart appears. The loyalty is real, even when it is buried under layers of casual exploitation. The friendship means something, even when Bart's expression of that meaning looks nearly indistinguishable from taking Milhouse for granted. This is Bart's relational pattern. Loyal, but on a delay. The loyalty operates and emerges most clearly when the situation is serious. In crisis, something in Bart that is otherwise unavailable surfaces. He shows up. He does something that costs him something. He demonstrates, usually without saying so, that the person he appeared for matters to him. It is an imperfect way to be a friend, but it is not the same as not being a friend at all. The Nelson-Muntz friendship is a different kind of mirror. Nelson is Bart without the family, without the couch on Evergreen Terrace, without Marge making lunches and Homer staging spectacular failures that are also, somehow, a form of presence. Nelson has had worse. His parents are absent in the simplest and most brutal sense. They simply do not appear. The house is empty. Nelson fills it with the particular hardness of a child who decided very early that needing things was a vulnerability he could not afford. Bart is drawn to this. The idea of wanting less, needing less, caring less, of constructing a self that requires so little from the world that the world's consistent failure to provide cannot register as loss, has genuine appeal to someone who has been trying, with imperfect results, to extract the things he needs from an environment not fully equipped to provide them. But Bart cannot commit to Nelson's posture, because underneath the performance of not caring, Bart cares enormously. He cares about his family, he cares about his friends, he cares about fairness in a way that is disproportionate and inconsistent, but also real and occasionally surprising. There is an episode where Bart defends a student he barely knows against bullying that it would have been much easier to ignore. No audience, no Milhouse to impress. And Bart intervenes anyway, at cost to himself, because the situation struck him as unfair, and Bart's response to perceived unfairness, especially when it is directed at someone who cannot defend themselves, is one of the most consistent things about him. This is not the character of a bad kid. This is the character of a good kid, whose goodness is expressed in forms that the people around him cannot always recognize as goodness. The same impulse that makes him defend a stranger also makes him prank Skinner. The same energy, directed at different targets, producing results that look entirely different from the outside. Lisa sees this. Lisa, who knows Bart better than anyone else in the family, and who fights with him with a consistency and a specificity that can only be produced by genuine intimacy, sees the person inside the chaos with a clarity she does not always articulate, but that the show makes visible in quiet moments between the arguments. She knows him, the version that showed up when she needed someone to show up, the version that defended her when he thought no one was watching, the version that loves her with a ferocity equal to his loudness and never, ever says so. The show has imagined Bart's future several times, and in each imagining, it cannot quite commit to a verdict. Some futures show him as the disappointment the town always half expected. Other futures show something different. A Bart who surprised everyone, who found a channel for the energy and the stubbornness and the deeply reliable instinct to push back against anything that tells him he cannot do something. What Bart becomes depends on something the show understands but cannot control. Whether the right person sees him at the right time, before the window closes, and the accumulated weight of being Springfield Elementary's perpetual problem becomes the story Bart tells about himself. There is a version of Bart Simpson who is extraordinary. The show has let you see it, in flashes, in moments where the talent and the instincts and the raw capability are simultaneously visible. Whether that version is what Bart becomes depends on things that happen after the credits roll. Maybe Bart is still waiting for someone to see what is there and say, yes, that's the one. Section 4. Lisa Simpson, the loneliest person in the room. She plays the saxophone. This is the first thing, the thing the show wants you to hear before anything else. Before you know her name, or her age, or the specific quality of her intelligence. Before you know anything about Springfield, or what it does to people over time. The opening credits give you Lisa on a stage with her saxophone, playing something that is not quite the melody everyone else is playing, something that veers off into its own territory, something that is entirely and specifically hers. The credits don't linger on this moment. The family is rushing home, the whole sequence is headed toward the couch, and the familiar noise of the opening. But Lisa on that stage, alone, playing privately into an empty auditorium, producing music that nobody asked her to produce, is the essential image of who she is. Everything the show has been doing with her character for 36 years is in those 4 seconds of animation. She is the most intelligent person in the room, almost every room she ever enters. She has been the most intelligent person in every room since she was old enough to enter them. And the show has spent 3 decades documenting, with a consistency that is sometimes almost uncomfortable, what it costs to be that. What the intelligence produces by way of loneliness and frustration, and the particular difficulty of loving a world that cannot quite meet you where you are. The IQ is somewhere in the range of 159, placing her at the highest levels of human intellectual function. She reads at a level far beyond her peers, and beyond most adults she encounters. She processes information with a speed and a depth that is qualitatively different from the people around her. Not simply more of what they do, but a different kind of doing. When Lisa understands something, she understands it in a way that includes its implications and its connections to other things she has understood, in a single integrated moment of comprehension that comes to her as naturally as breathing. Springfield cannot keep up with this. No individual in Springfield can engage with her at the level she needs to be engaged with. And this gap, between the intelligence she has and the intellectual companionship available to her, is the defining condition of her life in Springfield. Her family loves her. This is the first thing to establish because it is true and it matters, and the rest of the analysis should be understood against the background of it. She is loved, genuinely and specifically, by Homer and Marge and Bart and Maggie. The love is not in question. But love and understanding are different things, and the gap between them is where Lisa lives. Homer loves Lisa with a size that has no idea what to do with her. He is proud of her in a way he cannot connect to any specific content. He cannot follow her arguments. He cannot provide the intellectual companionship she needs. He can provide presence, which he does, in his particular loud and bumbling and completely unreliable way. He shows up. He sits in the chair. He listens without comprehension and then puts his arm around her and tells her she is the smartest person he knows, and means it utterly, even though the meaning, without the comprehension, is not enough. Marge loves Lisa with a particular flavor of worry that is its own kind of distance. She recognizes that Lisa's intelligence is exceptional. She watches it produce loneliness and social difficulty, and the watching produces anxiety about what the intelligence costs Lisa in terms of ordinary belonging. The anxiety expresses itself as caution. Don't push so hard, Marge's behavior sometimes implies, without quite saying the words. Find a way to belong. And Lisa cannot do this without becoming someone other than herself. The jazz is the right music for her, one of the show's most considered choices, held across all 36 seasons as the exactly correct thing. Jazz is the music of people who had to invent a new language because the existing language was insufficient. It is the music of genuine outsiders who found each other through the medium of expressing what the official vocabulary could not hold. When Lisa plays, she is speaking in the one language that does not require her to translate herself into something smaller before she speaks. The relationship with Bleeding Gums Murphy is the show's most affecting account of what it means to Lisa to be recognized. He is a jazz musician who encounters her playing in the park and does something that no adult in her life has quite managed. He recognizes her immediately, without requiring her to earn or explain the recognition. He hears her play and understands, with the directness of one musician hearing another, what she is and what she is capable of. He does not need to be told she is serious. The time they spend together gives Lisa something she has rarely had access to: the experience of being met, of being in conversation with someone who can receive what she has to offer without requiring her to reduce it first. He dies. The death is handled without sentimentality and without the show's usual impulse to find the comedy in grief. He is simply gone, and Lisa plays on. She is an environmentalist and an activist, and a vegetarian, and a Buddhist, a devoted pursuer of every cause that seems to her to demand pursuit. The causes rotate. The cultural landscape changes, and Lisa's specific campaigns change with it. But the underlying impulse is constant. She wants the world to be better than it is, and she believes, with a fervor that is one of her most defining qualities, that problems can be identified and addressed and made less terrible if the right people pay enough attention. This belief has been disappointed so consistently across so many plots, across 36 years, that you might expect it to erode. The town always resets. The cause she championed is forgotten by the next episode. And yet the belief persists. Lisa's idealism is not the idealism of someone who does not understand how bad things are. She has done the research. She knows the numbers. Her faith that things can be addressed is not the faith of someone who cannot grasp the difficulty. It is the faith of someone who has grasped the difficulty completely and decided that the alternative to trying is worse than the exhaustion of trying. This makes her heroic. It also makes her lonely in a very specific way. The loneliness of caring more than the people around you. The loneliness of moral isolation, of looking at a situation and seeing clearly what is wrong, and understanding that the people in the room either cannot see it or can see it and have decided, for reasons of comfort or economy or simple exhaustion, not to care. Lisa cannot perform a comfortable blindness. She cannot pretend not to see the things she sees. Her responses to injustice and suffering are transparent. She does not have the option to filter them through the social register of what is polite or timely or likely to be well received. When she sees something wrong, her face shows it. When she knows something important, she says it. The room usually responds in the way rooms respond to uncomfortable truth, by finding the nearest available means of changing the subject. This keeps her outside the warmth of the group, not because the group is composed of bad people, because the group is comfortable, and comfort requires a certain amount of looking away, and looking away is something Lisa genuinely cannot do. The love she carries for Springfield, for this town that cannot receive her, for this family that loves her in ways that don't always match what she needs, is one of the most complicated emotional facts of the show. She could be bitter. She has every right to be bitter. She has spent her childhood being the most capable person in an environment that systematically rewards the least capable and punishes insight. She is not bitter. She is sad, sometimes, in the particular way people are sad when they love something that cannot love them back in the way they need. But the sadness doesn't curdle. It doesn't become contempt or withdrawal or the coldness of someone who decided to stop trying. She keeps trying. She keeps arguing, keeps playing, keeps showing up with the full version of herself in situations that only call for a reduced one. Because somewhere in the empty auditorium where she plays her private music into the air, Lisa Simpson has known something for a very long time, that the playing matters regardless of whether anyone is listening. That is her secret, and it has kept her intact when it should, by any reasonable accounting, have been insufficient to do so. Section 5. Maggie Simpson. The most dangerous silence in Springfield. She has not said a word. Not this episode, not last episode, not in the vast majority of episodes across 36 years. The pacifier moves. The enormous eyes track everything in the room with an attention that would be unsettling coming from an adult. The Simpson family performs its various dramas around her: Homer's catastrophes, Marge's management, Bart's provocations, Lisa's arguments, and Maggie sits in the middle of all of it, watching, processing, recording. The silence is the character. This is the thing people miss when they talk about Maggie Simpson. They talk about the shooting, the daycare rebellion, the scattered moments of impossible competence, and they treat the silence as simply the absence of speech, the developmental limitation of a 1-year-old who has not yet acquired language. But Maggie has been 1-year-old for 36 years, and the silence has persisted alongside the frozen age, which means the silence is not developmental, it is something else. Let's build the case carefully. She shot a billionaire. The canonical account, Burns's own account, offered from a hospital bed after regaining consciousness from a coma following the shooting, describes an encounter in a parking lot, a lollipop, a struggle, a gun falling from its holster, and a shot that was, in this account, essentially accidental. Set the who did it question aside entirely and look instead at what happens immediately after the case is closed. Everyone leaves the room. The case is resolved, the family is relieved, the crisis has passed. And Maggie, left alone for the first time since the incident began, does something the show renders with specific deliberateness. She scans the space. Her eyes move from corner to corner, methodically, checking. She establishes that she is alone, that she is not being observed, and then, and only then, she moves her pacifier in a motion that precisely replicates the act of pulling a trigger on a firearm. That sequence, the visual scan, the confirmation of privacy, the private reenactment, is not random infant behavior. It requires, at minimum, awareness that the action is significant, understanding that performing it in front of others would have consequences, and sufficient impulse control to defer the action until those others are not present. Maggie is checking to make sure no one is watching. She is 1 year old. That check is the revelation. You do not check that you are unobserved unless you understand that being observed matters. You do not understand that being observed matters unless you have a theory of other minds, an understanding that other people have perspectives that can conflict with your own interests, and that managing what they perceive is important. Theory of mind typically emerges in human children around age 3 or 4. Maggie has it at 1, and she is using it strategically. The short film The Longest Daycare, 7 minutes, nominated for an Academy Award, is the most sustained examination of what Maggie is capable of when given a task that actually engages her. She is deposited at a daycare facility. She identifies a threat, a bully targeting a caterpillar she has decided to protect. She develops a plan. She executes the plan. The execution involves identifying the relevant parties, assessing the power dynamics, understanding the bully's patterns of behavior, mapping the facility's layout, identifying points of vulnerability in the security, constructing a multi-step intervention that accounts for the most probable failure modes, and adapting in real time when individual steps go wrong in ways she could not have fully predicted. She does all of this while physically constrained to the motor capabilities of a 1-year-old. She falls, she stumbles, she crawls when she should be running. Her body cannot keep up with her mind, and so she builds plans that account for what her body cannot do, routing around physical limitations through the superiority of the planning itself. The film makes no attempt to present this as extraordinary within its own logic. Maggie plans and executes, and the film follows her as though this is simply who she is, which is precisely the point. Now consider why the silence is the logical conclusion of being who she is, given where she is. Lisa is brilliant. Lisa is extremely visible. Lisa announces what she knows and what she has understood, and the world around her responds in the full range of ways that Springfield responds to intelligence: dismissal, mockery, resentment, occasional grudging acknowledgement that evaporates before the next episode. Lisa fights every day for recognition, and the fighting is exhausting, and the results are inconsistent, and the social cost is relentless. Maggie has watched this happen from a position of complete observational advantage, seated in the high chair or on the floor, invisible to everyone because infants are invisible. And she has drawn the obvious conclusion: visibility is costly. Invisibility is an asset. The less people expect of you, the more freely you can operate. The less you announce, the more you can observe. Lisa's intelligence is her gift and her burden simultaneously, because she wears it on the outside, and wearing it on the outside invites the world to respond to it. Maggie does not wear it on the outside. Maggie wears the pacifier. Behind the pacifier is the complete record of everything that has happened in the Simpson household since she arrived in it. Every argument, every revelation, every quiet moment between Homer and Marge that the rest of the family was not supposed to witness. Every piece of evidence about how Springfield works, how the family works, how the dynamics of power and attention and consequence play out in the specific environment she inhabits. She has been collecting all of this, and she has told no one anything that she has collected. The question of what she intends to do with it remains the last genuine mystery of the Simpson family. Every other character's secret has been at least partially excavated across 36 seasons. Homer's wound has been named. Marge's complexity has been glimpsed. Bart's pain is visible in the gaps of his bravado. Lisa's loneliness is practically the show's thesis statement. Burns, Ned, Smithers, Abe, all of them have had their interiors at least partially illuminated. Maggie's interior remains closed. She has been waiting for something. What she is waiting for is not something the show has been willing to specify, and the refusal to specify is itself significant. The show has imagined the futures of every other Simpson in detail. Maggie's future is the only one that remains genuinely unknown, not because the writers haven't thought about it, but because Maggie is the only Simpson whose future depends entirely on when she decides to reveal herself. She will decide when she is ready. And in Springfield, where the people who speak loudest are the ones who understand least, where the community has organized itself around the suppression of inconvenient truths, the person who has been watching and collecting and waiting with extraordinary patience may be the most significant actor in the entire story. When Maggie finally moves, no one will see it coming, because she designed it that way. Section 6. Mr. Burns, the monster who built the cage. Charles Montgomery Burns is 100 years old, at minimum. By the most conservative reading of the show's timeline, accounting for the contradictions, the floating history, the episodes that place him in different decades for different personal memories, Burns is at least a century old, possibly closer to 140, possibly older than any figure the show has been willing to commit to. He has been alive, working, scheming, and maintaining his stranglehold on Springfield's economy and infrastructure for longer than most of the institutions that were supposed to hold people like him accountable. He has outlasted regulations and regulators, governments and governors, unions and the people who organized them. He has been doing what he does for so long that Springfield has forgotten, if it ever knew, what the alternative might look like. This is the first and most important secret hidden inside Mr. Burns. The show treats his longevity as a running gag and his villainy as a comic device, and in doing so makes it nearly impossible to look at him directly and see what he actually is. He is not a cartoon villain. He is an accurate portrait of what a certain kind of power produces when it is allowed to operate without meaningful accountability for long enough. The origins of the Burns family wealth are important, and the show has given them more texture than people typically engage with. They were not new money industrialists who built fortunes in the Gilded Age. They were the kind of wealth that is structural, that does not need to pursue power because it has always simply been power, woven into the foundations of the society around it. Burns did not become powerful by acquiring power. He was born into a network of accumulated power that has sustained itself across generations, through the ordinary operations of a society that rewards the accumulation of capital with more of the same. What Burns brought to that inheritance was intelligence, genuine, sharp, specific intelligence, of the kind that is most effective when directed at understanding and manipulating systems. He understands economics and politics and law and medicine at a depth and with a precision that would be genuinely admirable if it were directed at anything other than the extraction of maximum value from a community that is not equipped to resist the extraction. The diseases are the single most revealing piece of Burns's medical portrait. A doctor informs him that he has every disease known to medical science, every single one, simultaneously, present in his body. The state is described as one of perfect equilibrium. Every illness trying to kill him is blocked by every other illness also trying to kill him, so none can progress. A biological gridlock. Three Stooges syndrome, the doctor calls it. 3 people trying to fit through a door at once, none of them getting through. This is played as comedy. The image of Burns as the sickest man in America who is simultaneously the most medically durable is absurdist and genuinely funny. But follow the implication. Burns's body has become an environment in which every form of biological destruction is simultaneously present and simultaneously blocked. His immune system, his cellular structure, his basic biological processes have been so thoroughly altered by a century of proximity to radiation, both the facility's emissions and the weekly treatments that keep him alive, that the normal mechanisms of illness and death have been replaced by something that has no clinical name. He is not healthy. He is sustained not by the proper functioning of his biology, but by a crisis in his biology so comprehensive and so evenly distributed that no single failure can achieve dominance. The weekly treatments are the control mechanism. They do not cure the diseases. They maintain the equilibrium among them. They keep every catastrophe in stasis against every other catastrophe, preventing any one condition from gaining dominance and killing him. Remove the treatments, even once, and the equilibrium collapses. One disease surges ahead of the others. Burns has 7 days. His body is a nuclear reactor. The treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent meltdown. And Smithers, whose devotion and whose function in Burns's life are inseparable, is the technician who ensures the adjustments are made on schedule. The question of whether Burns knows what he has done to Springfield is one the show approaches but does not fully answer, and the not answering is the interesting part. There are 2 versions of the Burns awareness question, and each produces a different reading of his character. In the first version, Burns knows everything. He has deliberately maintained the contamination because a cognitively impaired population is a population that cannot organize effectively against him. The yellow skin, the mutated biology, the systematic reduction of Springfield's collective cognitive capacity through decades of environmental contamination. All of it deliberate. Burns is not just profiting from the power plant, he is using it as a weapon against the community that depends on it. This reading has significant textual support. Burns was presented with the cost of bringing the plant into compliance and refused to pay it. The violations accumulated under his direct management, not through negligence, but through choice. The second version is more interesting and perhaps more disturbing. What if Burns has simply, over the course of a century, lost the capacity to see the people he affects as people? Not through deliberate cruelty, but through the slow, continuous operation of a life lived at such enormous remove from ordinary human consequence, a century or more of having every decision mediated by sufficient wealth to buffer its effects, that the connection between his choices and their effects on living human beings has ceased to exist for him as felt reality. He cannot remember Homer's name. This is a running gag, treated lightly, but the depth of it is significant. Burns employs Homer. He exists in a managerial relationship with Homer that spans Homer's entire adult working life, and he cannot retain the basic identifier that would allow him to engage with Homer as a specific human being. Homer is a function, a role at a certain position in a hierarchy. When the function fails, Burns is reminded that the role exists and expresses irritation at the failure without ever arriving at concern for the person. This is not cruelty in the usual sense. Cruelty requires that you notice the person enough to want to hurt them. What Burns has toward Homer, toward most of Springfield, is the complete absence of recognition. Springfield is his environment, not his community. The people in it are factors in his calculations, not persons in their own right. Burns built the cage that Springfield lives inside, the power plant at the center, providing energy the town cannot do without. The economic dependency radiating outward, tying the town's prosperity to Burns's continued operation of a facility that should not be operating. The political influence, ensuring that the regulations that might force compliance with the law are never effectively applied. The compromised medical establishment providing a ceiling below which accountability cannot reach. The cage is elegant and self-sustaining. It barely requires his active attention. The machinery runs. The town stays inside it. The people drink the water and breathe the air and go to work at the plant and go home to their families in houses that run on electricity generated by the facility that is slowly altering their biology. Burns is too expensive to die. Springfield is too dependent on him to hold him accountable. The relationship is closed and circular and has been operating for so long that its continuation feels not like a choice, but like a law of nature. He is not immortal. He is something worse. He is what you get when money and time and the absence of meaningful opposition are allowed to interact indefinitely. And the town will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 7. Ned Flanders, the saint who was manufactured. Hidely ho, neighborino! The catchphrase arrives with such consistent warmth that, after 36 years, it has become impossible to hear it without the slight cognitive dissonance of knowing what we know about where it comes from. Ned says hi. Ned is genuinely glad to see you. Ned has already forgiven whatever you did and does not require an apology, and would actually prefer not to discuss it, because discussing it would require him to acknowledge that there was something to forgive, and the acknowledgement would activate something that the maintenance of his entire personality depends on keeping suppressed. Ned Flanders is the best person in Springfield. He is also, when you look at it carefully, one of the most profoundly tragic. The surface was built so thoroughly and over such a long period that it took the show more than a decade to start showing you what it was constructed over. In the early seasons, Ned is primarily a device, Homer's opposite, the responsible neighbor, the devout man who seems to have the life that Homer gestures toward in his better moments. He is patient where Homer is impulsive. He is financially responsible where Homer is chaotic. He is attentive to his children in ways that make Homer's parenting look like an energetic form of negligence. The show punishes him for this relentlessly. This is initially funny. The comedy of the virtuous person receiving the world's indifference while the disorganized, self-indulgent person attracts the universe's occasional favorable attention is a real comedy vein, and the show minds it consistently. But as the seasons accumulate and the punishments compound, something shifts. The comedy does not disappear, but something underneath it stops being comfortable. Ned's wife is killed by an accident that has Homer Simpson's fingerprints on it. A t-shirt cannon at the Springfield Speedway misfires because Homer is dodging the t-shirts, and the misfired shirt knocks Maude off the bleachers, and she dies. The most devout man in Springfield watches his wife die because his neighbor was being self-protective in a way that redirected a projectile towards someone more vulnerable. Ned forgives Homer for this, more or less immediately. The forgiveness is genuine in the sense that Ned does not hold it over Homer, does not use it as leverage, does not allow it to fundamentally alter how he engages with his neighbor. He absorbs the loss, the most catastrophic loss of his adult life, the loss of the woman he built his household and his faith and his identity around, and processes it through the same machinery of grace and patience that he processes everything. He seems fine. And then the hurricane destroys his house. The community rebuilds it, with the best of intentions and the worst of craftsmanship, and the rebuild collapses almost immediately after the ribbon cutting. And Ned, who has absorbed Homer's role in Maude's death, who has absorbed decades of Homer's casual damage and Homer's thoughtless impositions and Homer's relentless cheerful taking of more than was his share. Ned breaks. He screams. He says things about every person present that are specific and accurate and that have clearly been accumulating in him for years. Observations about character and behavior and choices that Ned has been sitting with, noting, cataloging, never expressing. Because the expression of any of it would require him to feel the anger underneath the observations. And the anger underneath the observations is the thing his entire personality is built to keep contained. He is committed to a psychiatric facility, and the facility reveals what the show has been building toward. Ned's niceness is not a natural disposition that emerged from genuine faith and genuine character. It is the product of a specific therapeutic intervention, performed on him as a difficult child, by a doctor who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through behavioral modification. The child Ned was before the intervention was not a quirky kid with occasional tantrums. He was, in the show's account, genuinely uncontrollable. The intervention was intensive and sustained, and by modern standards, ethically complicated. It worked, in the sense that the child produced by the conditioning is the Ned Flanders who waves across the fence and lends Homer his tools and forgives him for every catastrophe. But the thing that was conditioned is not gone. It is present inside the constructed Ned, the way the feral energy of a wild animal is present inside a domesticated one. The conditioning manages it. It does not remove it. The patience with Homer reads differently once you know this. It is not the patience of genuine grace, of a man who has worked through his legitimate grievances and arrived at forgiveness through the full process of feeling the anger and releasing it. It is the patience of a man whose nervous system has been wired to prevent the anger from ever fully surfacing. The forgiveness is not fought for, it is installed. And the difference matters in ways the show understands better than it always lets on. The relationship with faith is where the Ned Flanders story arrives at its darkest point. The show exists in the universe where God is real. This is established canon. Homer has spoken directly with a deity who speaks back, who appears to take a genuine personal interest in Homer's spiritual situation. Homer, whose church attendance is erratic, and whose spiritual practice consists primarily of occasionally talking to the ceiling, receives divine conversation. Ned, who has built his entire life around his faith with a sincerity and a discipline that no one else in Springfield approaches, who has organized every relationship and every decision around his understanding of what his faith requires, has never had the conversation. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. This is structured as comedy. It plays as an ironic observation about the particular variety of divine attention that manifests in Springfield. But the theology underneath it is not comfortable. If the God of The Simpsons is real and present and attentive, as the show's own internal logic establishes, then the pattern of God's attention is meaningful. And the pattern appears to be this. God responds to need. To the loud, insistent, continuous need of a person who is falling and cannot stop falling and cannot manage without intervention. Homer needs God the way a person needs a safety net they keep falling through. God responds to falling. Ned is not falling. Ned is holding, against gravity, against the pressure of everything he has suppressed and continues to suppress, through the machinery of the conditioning and the faith and the daily routine of a life built on managing what is underneath it. Ned is holding. And a God who talks to people who are falling may simply not know what to do with someone who is holding that hard. This is not a comfortable image of the divine, but it is the image the show has constructed, and it resonates with something true about how grace and attention often distribute themselves in human experience. Not toward the careful and the disciplined and the sincerely trying, toward the lost, the chaotic, the person who needs something badly enough to make the need impossible to ignore. Ned is the most controlled person in Springfield. His control is total, enforced at a level below conscious will, built into the structure of his nervous system by a therapeutic process he did not choose and could not have understood at the age it was applied to him. He was made this way. And the world he was made for, the world in which genuine goodness, sustained effort, consistent care for others, and sincere faith produce the life that those qualities seem designed to produce, is not the world of Springfield. Springfield is the world of Homer, where things are given to the person least prepared to receive them, where the drunk who sleeps in church gets divine conversation, and the sincere who organize their life around their faith get silence. Homer and Ned will live next door to each other forever. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, between the man who gets everything he doesn't deserve and the man who deserves everything he doesn't get, has not closed in 36 years. It will not close. Because the show understands something about Springfield that Springfield itself cannot understand. The system does not reward what Ned is. The system was never designed to. Hidely-ho, neighborino, the smile is real. The grief behind it is the realest thing in Springfield. Section 8. Mona Simpson, the ghost who shaped everything. She is in almost no episodes. For a character who explains so much of what happened to the Simpson family, who is the key to Homer's psychological architecture, the thread connecting Burns's specific villainy to Homer's personal history, the answer to the question of why the Simpson household is organized around a wound nobody in it has properly named, Mona appears in a startlingly small number of installments. She is an absence that explains a presence, a ghost whose departure shaped everything by not being there. And the show earns this. The scarcity is not a failure of storytelling. It is the accurate rendering of her actual role in Homer's life. She was not there. That is the central fact. The not there is what everything else is built around. To understand Mona, you need to go back to 1969 and the specific ordinary life of a woman named Mona Bouvier, who was married to Abraham Simpson and had a young son and was living a quiet, unremarkable life in Springfield, inside the particular sphere that women of that era were directed toward. She was not exceptional in any of the ways the world might notice. She was a housewife in the mid-century American sense of that word, domestic, community-oriented, living inside the role that her moment in history had prepared her for. And then she was radicalized, not in a dramatic single-event way. Through the accumulated pressure of watching a world that was breaking open, the civil rights movement, the anti-war protests, the particular rupture of the late 1960s that made it very difficult to maintain the fiction that ordinary life in ordinary American towns was separate from what was happening to people in other ordinary American towns, and being unable to pretend she could not see it. The show does not romanticize this. The group Mona falls in with is not depicted as a band of noble revolutionaries. They are idealistic and somewhat disorganized and capable of poor tactical decisions. Their target, a biological weapons laboratory owned by Burns, is unambiguously an appropriate target. The biological agents stored there were, whatever Burns's stated purposes for them, weapons. The raid that destroyed them was an act of sabotage against a man who was cooking up diseases in proximity to a community of people who had no idea. In a story told by people with different values, Mona is a hero. In the show's telling, she is a person who did one brave and slightly clumsy thing and spent the rest of her life paying for it. The error was stopping. As the group fled the laboratory, Mona stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. The person was Burns. She helped him, the way you help a fallen person when you have not yet processed that the fallen person is the one whose property you just destroyed. By the time the calculation would have been available, it was too late. Burns looked at her face. Burns identified her. Burns called the FBI. From that moment, Mona was a fugitive, unable to go home, unable to hold her son or explain to him why she was going. She kissed Homer while he slept and disappeared into the night. For 27 years. What Homer grew up believing, that she died, that a grave he was shown in childhood was hers, that the absence was the final absence of death, shaped everything about him. We have discussed this elsewhere and will not repeat the full accounting here, but the specific texture of the wound matters in the context of Mona's story. The lie Abe told was intended to protect Homer from the harder truth. The harder truth being that his mother was alive and gone, which is in some ways worse than gone in the finality of death, because alive and gone leaves doors. Closed doors, but doors. And children raised with doors in the walls of their loss spend their lives in the awareness of those doors, even without knowing the doors are there. The awareness expresses itself as something that looks like the ordinary symptoms of motherless childhood, but carries, underneath those symptoms, the particular restlessness of someone who is grieving a loss that is not quite what they have been told it is. Mona, in exile, was not simply surviving. She was living with the weight of what she had left. The show gives her this, the reality of the longing, the ongoing daily reality of being a mother separated from her child by consequences she did not fully anticipate when she made the choice that produced them. The reunion in Season 7 is one of the show's genuinely affecting scenes, handled with comparative restraint that allows the weight to land. A man in his 40s and his mother who has been a ghost for 27 years, standing in a cemetery by a grave that belongs to neither of them, neither quite able to process what has happened quickly enough to respond appropriately. Homer's joy and his confusion, and the question that does not get asked out loud, but that is present in the scene, Mona's guilt and her grief, and the full enormity of what the intervening years cost, arriving all at once in the moment of reunion. And then, Burns spots her through a cab window. He recognizes her. Of course he recognizes her. Burns does not remember Homer's name after years of employment. He remembered Mona's face after decades of exile. The asymmetry is not incidental. Burns forgot Homer's name because Homer is a function. He remembered Mona's face because Mona struck at his empire. And the empire is the thing Burns actually cares about. And the people who threaten the empire are the people Burns pays attention to. Mona has to leave again. Homer watches her go, this time knowing why she is going, knowing who is forcing the going, knowing the name of the employer whose facility he will return to Monday morning, and being unable, genuinely, not through choice, but through the specific cognitive limitations that his life in Springfield has produced, to connect these facts into a single, coherent understanding of what they mean together. She dies in a later season. The death scene is quiet and honest, and the show does not try to make it anything other than what it is, a son sitting with his mother as she goes, in a room where there is nothing to say that hasn't already been said, and no time left to say the things that weren't. The ghost of Mona Simpson haunts every episode in which Homer reaches for something that isn't there, in which his neediness surfaces, in which the wound installed on the morning he woke up and she was gone, makes itself felt through the behavior of a man who does not entirely understand why he is the way he is. She is the negative space around which his character was formed. She shaped him completely by not being present. That is the most powerful kind of influence, the kind that operates through absence. Section 9. Smithers, the man who loved a monster. Waylon Smithers has devoted his life to a man who cannot love him back. This is the foundational fact of his character, established early, maintained consistently, and explored with varying degrees of depth and honesty across 3 decades. In first reading, it is a simple situation: a man whose devotion to his employer exceeds professional loyalty and enters the territory of something else, something the show coded carefully in the early years and has become increasingly direct about as the seasons have progressed. But the situation is not simple. Nothing about what Smithers experiences in his relationship with Burns is simple. Start with what Smithers actually does, in practical, operational terms. He manages Burns's schedule. He coordinates the weekly medical treatments that keep Burns alive. He buffers Burns from the consequences of Burns's behavior. When Burns offends someone whose offense could become a problem, Smithers addresses the problem. When Burns's decisions produce catastrophic outcomes, Smithers manages the aftermath. He is the interface between Burns and the social world that Burns has largely ceased to perceive as requiring engagement, the translator between Burns's particular mode of relating to people and the human beings on the other side of that relating. Without Smithers, Burns would miss treatments and die. Without Smithers, Burns would alienate necessary allies with a frequency that would eventually produce consequences even his fortune could not absorb. Without Smithers, the logistical and social infrastructure that keeps Burns's empire functioning would begin to degrade in ways that his intelligence alone could not prevent. Smithers is not just devoted to Burns, he is load-bearing for Burns. He is part of the machinery that keeps Burns alive and operational in a literal, physiological sense. Now add the love and watch what it does to the picture. Smithers' feelings for Burns are real. They are not the product of confusion about professional loyalty, not the result of a category error about what a work relationship is. They are genuine, significant, romantic in the sense of being organized around one specific person as the center of his emotional world. He loves Burns in a way that shapes how he moves through every day, every decision, every interaction with every other person. The love is the organizing fact of his interior life, and Burns cannot receive it. Not because Burns is actively hostile to Smithers' feelings. In the show's telling, Burns seems to operate somewhere in the vicinity of genuine, if incapable, awareness that Smithers' devotion is exceptional and worth something, without having the emotional range to know what to do with that awareness. Burns trusts Smithers. Burns expects Smithers to always be present. When Smithers is absent, Burns is diminished in ways that go beyond the operational inconveniences. This is not love in the way Smithers experiences love. It is dependency of a kind that might, in a different person, have developed into love, but in Burns has remained at the level of unreflective need. Burns needs Smithers the way he needs his weekly treatment, not because he feels anything particular about the need, but because without it, the system fails. The tragedy is not the asymmetry alone. Asymmetric love is common and painful and survivable. The tragedy is that Smithers knows the asymmetry clearly, has known it for the duration of his employment, and has continued anyway. Not out of delusion, he is not under the impression that Burns loves him back in kind, but because the knowing has not produced an exit. Because the relationship, asymmetric as it is, has become the structure his entire self exists inside. His identity, over decades of this arrangement, has organized itself around his function in Burns's life. Without that function, the identity becomes uncertain in ways that are more frightening than the continued experience of an asymmetric love. This is not unusual. It is one of the most recognizable features of long-term devotion to someone who cannot give back in kind. The self that is organized around the service becomes the only self available, and withdrawal from the service feels indistinguishable from the dissolution of the self. The show has explored what Smithers is like outside the relationship, in episodes that force him away from Burns through firing or conflict or circumstance. He does not flourish. He does not find himself. He finds formlessness, directionlessness, the unmoored quality of a person who has lost the fixed point that their life organized around. And then he finds his way back. Because the fixed point, even one that cannot love him, even one that treats his love as a resource rather than a relationship, feels like home. Home is complicated. Home is not always good for you. But home is where the self knows how to exist, and Smithers knows how to exist most clearly in proximity to Burns. There are people who would call this a failure to love himself properly. There are people who would say he should have left. All of those people are probably right in the abstract. And all of them are missing the particular, difficult truth that the show has been approaching in its portrayal of Smithers. That people do not always make choices from the position of abstract rightness. That people make choices from the inside of lives they have already been living, with the selves they have already become. Smithers has already become this. The choice of a different path is theoretically available. In practice, by the time anyone can see the path, the self that would have to walk it has already been formed by years of not walking it. He shows up every morning. He confirms the schedule. He ensures the treatments are administered. He stands at Burns's elbow and monitors and adapts and is always there. In Springfield, where so many people leave, where absences shape so much of the damage that the show documents across its run, there is something to be said for the person who stays, even if what they are staying for cannot fully receive the staying, even if the staying costs them everything. Section 10. Sideshow Bob, the tragedy of a brilliant man in the wrong story. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., Sideshow Bob, is the only character in The Simpsons who is aware that he is in the wrong show. This is not a metaphor. This is close to a literal description of a situation as the show has constructed it across 3 decades. He is a man of genuine erudition, of significant intellectual gifts, of taste and inclinations and a particular vision of the good life that are, within the world of Springfield, entirely misplaced. He reads extensively. He appreciates opera with the depth of genuine engagement rather than casual familiarity. He has cited Gilbert and Sullivan with a specificity that requires you to actually know Gilbert and Sullivan. He can quote Shakespeare not as performance but as a natural extension of the way he processes experience. He is, by any honest accounting, the most culturally sophisticated person Springfield has ever produced. And Springfield produced him as a clown's sidekick. The humiliation is the engine of everything. Not just the original humiliation, the pie in the face, the physical comedy, the reduction of a person with Sideshow Bob's particular texture of interior life to the role of straight man, to a man whose comedy is entirely physical and entirely without the kind of wit Bob would recognize as wit. But the accumulated humiliation of discovering that his escape from that humiliation led only to the specific, recursive humiliation of being outwitted by a 10-year-old child, repeatedly, across every attempt he has made to reclaim some version of the life he believes he deserves. Bart Simpson is the instrument of his humiliation in the same way that Krusty the Clown was the instrument of his original degradation. And this repetition, this pattern of intelligence and ambition thwarted by what Bob perceives as the arbitrary, undeserved intervention of someone beneath him, is the core wound around which his character circles with the exhausted obsession of someone who cannot stop thinking about the unfairness. The thing the show understands about Bob, that it communicates through the comedy, but requires you to sit with long enough to feel past the laughter, is that the unfairness is real. He is genuinely smarter than most people in Springfield. His aesthetics are genuinely superior in the sense of being more developed, more considered, more connected to a tradition of human accomplishment in art and music and literature. His critique of popular culture, of the dumbing down of American entertainment, of the particular comfortable laziness of the television that Springfield consumes without thought, these critiques are not wrong. They are, in fact, correct. And they are being made by a man whose life has collapsed into a cycle of elaborate revenge fantasies directed at an elementary school student, executed with a theatrical flair that is one of his most revealing qualities, and foiled with a consistency that is calcified into its own kind of pattern, the opera. When Bob sings, and he does sing in the episodes that give him space for it, in moments where the comedy creates an opening for something more, what emerges is not performance in the show-off sense. It is expression, the kind of music that comes from somewhere real in a person, that is carrying something the person cannot carry any other way. Bob's singing is the most honest thing about him. The intelligence and the aesthetics and the cultural sophistication are real, but they are also, in some measure, performance. The costume of a person who decided early that being the most accomplished person in the room was the only way to compensate for whatever it was that originally made him feel insufficient. But when he sings, the performance falls away. What is left is simply a person who loves something very much and has found the medium through which that love can exist without being complicated by the need to demonstrate anything. He loves Bart, in the particular way of someone who has built a version of their identity around another person, even while ostensibly trying to destroy them. This is the open secret of their entire dynamic. Bart is the organizing antagonist of Sideshow Bob's life in a way that has become, across the years, indistinguishable from the organizing relationship of his life. He thinks about Bart constantly. He plans around Bart. He adjusts his schemes in response to what he knows about Bart. Without Bart, Sideshow Bob would have to find a different reason to exist. There is an episode where he gets exactly what he has always said he wanted. He catches Bart alone. He has him. The ending he has been building toward through every elaborate scheme and every prison escape and every operatic moment of theatrical villainy is finally within reach. And Bob cannot do it. Not because he loses his nerve in the cowardly sense, because in the moment of having Bart entirely at his mercy, he realizes that the having is not the point. The point was the hunt. The point was the intelligence and the effort and the elaborate construction of an approach sophisticated enough to finally outwit a child who has, against all reasonable expectation, been his equal. The point was the game, and the game ends the moment the quarry is caught. Bob sings HMS Pinafore to Bart for an extended period rather than completing what he came to do, because he is not, ultimately, a killer. He is a man who has channeled a very large amount of genuine feeling into a theatrical form that allows him to pursue the feeling without ever quite arriving at its conclusion. The family is the other register in which his character plays. When Bob married Francesca and had a son, Gino, who inherits his father's particular combination of sophistication and homicidal intent, the show gave Bob something it rarely gives its antagonists: a genuine attachment, a real family, a set of relationships that mean something beyond the scheme. And the family did not make him whole. It did not resolve the wound or redirect the obsession. It added to the stakes without addressing the cause, which is, again, accurate to something real about how damage works in people. The new family does not replace the old injury. The injury is still there, structuring his responses, driving him back toward the patterns that have always defined him. He ends up, across multiple iterations of his imprisonment and escape and return to pursuing Bart, in a strange equilibrium. The most intelligent person in his particular corner of Springfield, engaged in an enterprise that wastes that intelligence completely, sustained by a grudge that has become too foundational to abandon. In another show, with different characters and a different setting, Sideshow Bob would be the protagonist. He would be the misfit intellectual struggling against a world that cannot accommodate his particular variety of greatness, finding allies in unexpected places, building toward a life that makes room for what he actually is. In this show, he is the villain. He is the one who tries to frame the hero, who escapes from prison and attempts complicated revenge, who loses, repeatedly, to the person he most disdains. He knows this. On some level, the level at which his intelligence operates, he is aware of the structure of the story he is in and his position within it. And the awareness does not help. Knowledge of the pattern has never once enabled him to exit it. He is trapped in his own story the way Springfield is trapped in its loop. The mechanism is different, but the result is the same. A brilliance that could have built something, directed instead at tearing down, in a cycle that produces nothing except the continuation of itself. The rakes deserve a mention. There is a moment, extended for an improbable duration, where Sideshow Bob walks through a yard and steps on a rake. The rake handle comes up and strikes him in the face. He steps on another rake. This happens again, and again, and again. The sequence runs for long enough that the audience moves through every possible response: the initial laugh, the sustained amusement, The confusion about why this is continuing, the strange shift that happens when something repeats past the point of reason and becomes something different on the other side. The rakes are the most accurate image of his life, the intelligence that should prevent this, the clear visibility of the pattern, the absolute consistency with which it repeats anyway. He sees the rake, he knows it is there, he steps on it again. That is Sideshow Bob. That is his tragedy. Not the villainy and not the obsession, but the rake. The thing he can see clearly and cannot stop walking into. The pattern he understands and cannot exit. In any other Springfield, he might have been extraordinary. In this one, he steps on the rake and waits for the handle to come up again. Section 11. Abraham Simpson, the man who outlived his story. He tells stories. This is the primary thing Grandpa Simpson does, the activity that fills the hours of his life at the Springfield retirement castle, and that has become so integral to his character that the show has constructed an entire comedy architecture around it. The stories begin, they go in one direction, they veer sharply into another direction, often multiple directions, losing the thread of whatever original point they were organized around, picking up new threads, incorporating digressions that produce further digressions, arriving eventually at some terminal point that may or may not be related to the beginning. The audience laughs. The person the story was ostensibly being told to, usually Homer, has already left the room. And here is the thing about the stories. They are real. The stories Abe tells, underneath the instability of their structure and the irrelevancy of their apparent destination, are real. They are the record of a life that actually happened, that has actual content, that is full of specific experience and specific memory that deserves to exist somewhere. The problem is not that the stories are false. The problem is that nobody is listening. Abraham Simpson is a World War II veteran. He served in active combat. He was part of the generation that the American cultural imagination has elevated to a kind of heroic status, the greatest generation, the men who went when they were called and did what was asked and came back to build the post-war world. He was one of those men. He actually went. He was there. And he sits in a retirement home in Springfield with essentially no one who registers this as significant. The cultural memory around World War II veterans has been, for much of the period of the show's run, oriented toward a particular mode of reverence. The aging veterans are honored at ceremonies. Their service is acknowledged. There are holidays organized around their sacrifice. And all of that coexists, in practice, in the actual daily life of the actual people who served, with the ordinary experience of old age. Reduced relevance, reduced attention, the specific social diminishment that comes with no longer occupying a productive role in the economy, no longer being in the center of things, no longer being consulted. Abe is honored in the abstract and ignored in the specific. His service is part of a narrative that his culture valorizes. His particular experience, his particular stories, his particular daily situation. These exist in a social environment that has no consistent structure for receiving them. He told Homer his mother was dead. This is one of the most consequential acts in the show's history, and the show presents it as a choice made for reasons that were, in Abe's understanding of the situation, reasons. He was protecting Homer from a truth that was complicated and dangerous. The woman Homer knew as his mother was a fugitive, wanted by the FBI, unable to come home. Telling a child his mother is alive and hiding from the authorities and cannot see him because the richest man in town identified her to the government is a harder truth than telling a child his mother is dead. Whether Abe made the right choice is the kind of question that has no clean answer. The choice was made by a person in an impossible situation, doing the thing that seemed most manageable in the moment. The consequences were not manageable. They shaped Homer in ways that Abe may not have fully understood he was causing, and that Abe's subsequent relationship with Homer never directly addressed. The deal with Burns is the other piece that the show reveals late, and that reframes everything about the Simpson family's specific situation. Burns committed a crime. Abe discovered it. Abe stayed silent, and, in exchange, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment at the plant, regardless of performance. Homer's job security, the thing that looks like plot convenience, The running joke of how Homer could possibly maintain his position, given his consistent, inventive incompetence, has a foundation in a secret agreement between his father and his employer's employer. Homer does not know this. He has never known this. He shows up at work and gets his wages and assumes, on whatever level he operates at, that the job simply persists because jobs persist. The deal means that every dollar Homer has ever earned at the power plant is connected to a secret his father kept, and that the man who signs his checks is the same man who forced his mother into exile, and that the whole structure of Homer's working life is built on an arrangement brokered in silence that nobody ever intended to tell him about. Abe made this deal for the same reason he told Homer his mother was dead, to protect Homer from a truth that felt too large and too complicated to hand to someone not equipped to hold it. Whether Homer would have been capable of holding it is the question Abe answered for himself without asking Homer. And Homer's inability to hold complicated truths about his own life, the specific cognitive and emotional limitations that his upbringing and his environment produced in him, cannot quite be separated from the ongoing pattern of Abe making decisions for Homer rather than with him. The protection was real, the love behind it was real, and the effect, across Homer's entire life, of having the significant facts of his situation managed rather than shared, of being kept inside a version of his story that was curated by someone who loved him but did not trust him with the full truth, is also real, and also significant. He is sitting in a chair at the retirement castle right now, in the ongoing present of the show's floating timeline. He is telling a story. It started somewhere, and it will end somewhere that is not obviously related to where it started, and the person he is telling it to will have left before it arrives at whatever its destination turns out to be. But the story is real. The life behind it is real. The man who survived the war and raised a son and kept the secrets and made the deals and loved imperfectly through the full range of imperfect choices available to him. He is real as any character the show has built across its run, and the chair in the retirement castle is not where the story of him ends. It is simply where the story is sitting right now. He is 90 years old. He has always been 90 years old. The floating timeline will keep him there, and the story will keep going. Section 12. The Thread That Holds, What Springfield is Really About. Settle in. We are almost at the end of it. You have been here for a while now. We have moved through 11 rooms in a house that has been on the air since before most people reading this were born. We have sat with Homer in the specific weight of a life shaped by things that happened before he could name them. We have watched Marge hold what cannot be held, quietly, with a smile that is real, and a worry that is also real, and the blue tower of hair that is both armor and identity. We have followed Bart into the gap between who he is and who the world around him has decided he is. We have stood beside Lisa in the auditorium, listening to her play music that nobody asked for and that she plays anyway. We have watched Maggie watch everything. We have traced Burns across a century of accumulated damage and sat with Ned in the specific loneliness of a man whose goodness was engineered rather than grown. We have followed Mona's disappearing line back through the years to the morning she kissed a sleeping child and walked out into a life she had not chosen. We have stood in Smithers's position and understood, even without fully endorsing, why the door he cannot quite walk through remains closed. We have heard Sideshow Bob sing and stepped on the rake with him when the music stopped. We have listened to Abe's stories in the retirement castle, knowing they are going somewhere we may never quite arrive at. And now we are here, in the last room, which is not really a room at all. It is more of a clearing, a place where the show stops and you can hear what it has been trying to tell you underneath all of it, under the jokes and the callbacks and the couch gags and the celebrity appearances and 36 seasons of catastrophes that reset by morning. The Simpsons is a show about damage, not in a simple or melodramatic way, not in the way of shows that build narratives around characters defined primarily by their wounds, that use trauma as plot engine. The Simpsons is not a trauma narrative. It is something subtler and in some ways more accurate, a depiction of the ordinary damage of ordinary lives, of the ways people are shaped by the things that happen to them and the things they are told and the things they are not told, and of the difficulty, the near impossibility sometimes, of seeing clearly from inside the thing you are shaped by. Every character we have visited carries this. Homer carries the specific damage of a childhood organized around absence, around the lie of a mother's death, around the environmental contamination that reduced his cognitive capacity before he was old enough to name what was being taken from him. Marge carries the damage of a life lived in service to others' needs, of ambitions that have been deferred so long they have begun to seem like they belonged to a different person. Bart carries the damage of being misread, of having his actual capacities consistently mistaken for their surface presentation. Lisa carries the damage of being too much for the environment she is in, of the specific loneliness of seeing clearly in a community organized around not seeing. Maggie has not told us what she carries, but she has been watching all of it. Burns is both the source of much of the damage and a product of his own damage, of a century of insulation from consequence, of the specific distortion that results from having been powerful long enough that power has become indistinguishable from the world itself. Ned is the damage of a therapeutic intervention applied to a child who could not consent to it, of a goodness manufactured rather than chosen, and sustained at enormous invisible cost. Mona is the damage of exile, of loss across decades, of a reunion that arrived too late to undo what the absence had already done. Smithers is the damage of a love that cannot be returned, chosen and rechosen across a working life until the choosing and the damage have become the same thing. Sideshow Bob is the damage of misplacement, of an intelligence and an aesthetic sensibility that could have built something beautiful in a world that matched it, directed instead into the wrong vessel, expressed through the wrong channel, aimed at the wrong target. Abe is the damage of time itself, of surviving past the point where the culture that formed you can still fully receive you. The damage is not the point. The damage is the context. What lives inside the damage? What the show has been rendering across all of these episodes, underneath all of these stories, in all of the moments where the comedy lifts briefly and something more arrives in its place, is the persistence of connection. The ongoing, daily, imperfect, sometimes catastrophic, frequently absurd persistence of the Simpson family in the face of everything the show has thrown at them. Homer loves Marge. He loves her badly, intermittently, in ways that frequently fail to provide what she actually needs, in ways the show has been honest about across its entire run. But the love is genuine, and it is ongoing, and every time the show brings the marriage to the edge, it pulls back, not because the writers lack the nerve to push further, but because something in the marriage, underneath the failures and the recurring deficits of attention and the specific incompatibilities of who Homer is and what Marge needs, is worth preserving. The choosing happens, again, and is real. Homer loves his children. He loves them with a totality that his cognitive limitations and his impulsiveness and his tendency to prioritize his immediate desires make difficult to consistently express. But the love is not in question. The show established it once, in one of its clearest and least ironic moments, and has not walked it back. Homer would do anything for his children. The anything is chaotically defined and inconsistently executed, and sometimes makes things worse. But it is real. Marge loves her family. We have spent some time in this room already, and we know what the love costs. We know it is labor as much as feeling. We know it runs on a kind of commitment that does not depend on conditions being met. The love sustains itself through the power of her continuing to choose it, morning after morning, in the house on Evergreen Terrace, with the blue hair and the grinding of teeth and the worried hum that is the emotional score of all of it. Bart and Lisa fight constantly. They fight with the fluency and the precision and the specific aim of people who know each other completely, who have been studying each other from adjacent bedrooms since infancy, who can find the exact weak point in the other's argument or the other's mood with a speed that speaks to the depth of their mutual knowledge. They are the best and most attentive students of each other in the world. And underneath the fighting is the knowledge, carried by both of them, never fully articulated, expressed most clearly in the moments where one of them is in genuine trouble and the other one shows up, that they are the only person in the world who fully understands what it is to be a Simpson child in this household. Nobody else has the specific, daily, intimate knowledge of what their family is like from the inside. Nobody else has the full reference library of shared experience that makes their particular siblinghood make sense. They are each other's witnesses, the person who was there. Maggie watches all of it. The Springfield that contains these people, the contaminated, possibly dreamed, geographically impossible, deliberately amnesiac town with the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the billionaire who glows in the dark, is not incidental to the story. It is the pressure that the story is being told under. It is the weight. The specific way that Springfield shapes its people, limits them, reduces them in some ways, and amplifies them in others, is the condition that makes everything that happens inside it both more difficult and more significant. People do extraordinary things under pressure. The pressure of Springfield is constant and in many ways invisible to the people living inside it. They do not see the full shape of what has been done to them. They cannot quite from where they are standing. But they keep going. They keep getting up from the couch. Homer keeps walking through the door. Marge keeps making dinner. Bart keeps pushing, provoking, running toward whatever horizon currently seems like a way out. Lisa keeps playing, keeps arguing, keeps caring about things in a community that is not organized around caring about things. Maggie keeps watching. The loop is not a prison. That is the mistake people make when they look at the floating timeline and feel something like despair about the non-aging, the reset, the return to normal. The loop is not their prison. It is their home. And home, however imperfect, however constrained, however shaped by damage that nobody fully chose, is where the people you love are, where the couch is, where the television runs the opening credits, and the music plays, and the family rushes in from their separate afternoons, and lands, one by one, in the places they always occupy. Bart, Marge, Lisa, baby Maggie, Homer. The show has run that sequence for 36 years because the sequence is the point. Not any individual episode, not any particular plot. The sequence. The family arriving home. The couch. The moment of landing. That moment, that very small, very ordinary, very specific moment of a family together in the same room is what the show has been protecting across every catastrophe and every reset and every floating timeline and every buried mystery. It is protecting that moment because that moment is the thing that matters. Not the explosion, not the corruption, not the radiation or the coma or the conspiracy. The moment before the couch gag begins, when the family is in motion and heading home. Home is where the story is. Home is where it ends and where it starts again. The loop is not a prison. The loop is a house on Evergreen Terrace, and the lights are on, and there is someone inside, and the family is on its way back. That has been true for 36 years. It will be true again next Sunday. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Wherever you are, whatever hour it is where you're reading or listening, I hope it helped the night feel a little more manageable. These characters have been part of the American imagination for longer than most of us have been alive, and there is something genuinely comforting about that. About a world that keeps running, that keeps resetting, where the family is always on their way home. Sleep well. There is a version of Marge's life that the show has occasionally held up to the light like something found in a drawer. Not pursued, not quite, but glimpsed long enough to understand that it exists. A version in which her talent for organization and management and the specific spatial intelligence she brings to the problems of running a household was recognized early enough to be cultivated, rather than absorbed entirely into service. In some episodes she paints, and the paintings are dark, and the darkness surprises people because the surface of Marge is not dark. The surface of Marge is the color of a kitchen on a Tuesday morning. Warm light, familiar smells, the reliable texture of things in their proper places. The darkness of the paintings is not a rupture in her character. It is evidence of a complete character, one that contains both the warmth of the kitchen and the heavier register that comes out in paint, because paint is where the things that don't fit elsewhere go. She also bowls. She was briefly and unexpectedly excellent at bowling, in a way that produced a professional opportunity that the show treated gently but honestly. She was good enough that the professional path was real, and the path she chose instead was also real, and neither choice was made simple or cost-free by the show. This pattern, the gift that appears, the window that opens, the choice that closes it, recurs throughout her history and is not treated as tragedy by the show, even though it could be. It is treated as the texture of her particular life, which is its own kind of honesty. Not every door that doesn't open is a catastrophe. Some of them are just doors. And Marge, walking past the closed ones, is still arriving somewhere. The something that she arrives at every day, the family, the house, the ongoing dailiness of the life she has built and maintains, is real and has weight and is not nothing. It is everything in the specific accounting of what matters to Marge. She would not trade it. She has been near the trading point, and she has not traded it. But the paintings stay in the garage, and the bowling trophy is on a shelf, and the version of Marge that those things represent is there, in the house on Evergreen Terrace, available to anyone who looks carefully enough. Homer does not always look carefully enough. The show knows this. The question of what Bart would have been in a different school, under different teachers, with a different approach to the energy and the stubbornness and the particular texture of his intelligence, this is one of the show's quiet, ongoing speculations, the one it never fully commits to because fully committing to it would require admitting that what Springfield Elementary has done with Bart is a failure that belongs to the institution as much as to Bart. He is creative. This is not incidental. The pranks that consume so much of his time and attention are, at their core, acts of creative problem-solving. The prank call to Moe requires understanding social dynamics and the pressure points within them. The schemes he constructs with Milhouse require the same planning and multi-step execution that he demonstrates in the episodes where he applies those skills to something the adults around him would recognize as legitimate. He is doing the same cognitive work. The product is different. The process is identical. What would happen if the product were channeled into something the institution recognized as valid? The show has answered this question in episodes where Bart finds an interest or a mentor that genuinely engages him, and the answer is always the same. He becomes a different person in those contexts. Not a better person in the moral sense, but a more complete one, operating at a register that his school and his daily life in Springfield almost never access. He draws. His drawings are sometimes genuinely expressive in ways that suggest a visual intelligence distinct from his verbal chaos. He makes movies with a cheap camera, low-budget productions that are full of the kind of crude creativity that could, with time and development and the right person paying attention, turn into something real. He is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. The window has not closed. The hope in his story is that the window doesn't close, that somewhere in the ongoing present of Springfield, the right teacher shows up and looks at the file, and then looks past the file and sees what is actually there, and says, yes, that. We are still waiting.
She has a library card, and she has used it with a frequency that exceeds every other patron at the Springfield Public Library. The librarian knows her. The librarian is one of the few adults in Springfield who is consistently, reliably, non-judgmentally glad to see her. Libraries are like that. They do not require you to reduce yourself before entering. They hold the books that hold the people who felt what you feel, who thought what you think, who were in the room you are in before you got there and left something behind. Lisa finds those people in the stacks.
She reads and follows the thread and finds the ones who knew that caring about things is not the deficiency that Springfield's social logic sometimes makes it seem. Who knew that the loneliness of being the person who sees clearly is not the same as being wrong? Who knew that the distance between who you are and the environment you are in is not always a problem you have to solve by becoming someone else? She does not always believe these things about herself. She knows them in the abstract. The knowing does not always penetrate the specific daily experience of being the girl who raises her hand too fast and cares too much and cannot make herself smaller than she is. But the books are there, and the library is there, and the librarian nods when she comes in. That is not nothing. In Springfield, where so much is specifically designed to not register what Lisa is, that small, reliable recognition is more than it sounds. She plays her saxophone into an empty auditorium because the music is real, regardless of who hears it. She writes her essays because the thinking matters, regardless of whether the audience is capable of receiving it. She argues at the dinner table because the argument is worth making, regardless of whether Homer is listening. She keeps the faith with herself. Every day. In a town that does not make it easy, that is the bravest thing anyone in Springfield has ever done. The thing about silence, when it is chosen rather than developmental, is that it accumulates. Every piece of information that passes through a room and is received by someone who says nothing in response goes into the silence and stays there. It builds. The silence, over time, is not empty. It is full. Full of everything observed and processed and retained by a mind that has been watching very carefully for a very long time. Maggie's silence is 36 years of accumulation. She has watched Homer arrive home from work, day after day, in every state the show produces, elated, defeated, confused, proud of something he probably shouldn't be proud of, vaguely covered in something. She has watched what Marge does with each version of Homer, the reading, the response, the adjustment. She has taken notes, in the way of a person for whom watching is the primary activity of their days. She has watched Bart leave the house in the morning with an energy that is either the energy of someone about to do something excellent or something disastrous, and has watched the afternoon reveal which. She has watched Lisa retreat into books and music and come out the other side of each retreat slightly more herself and slightly more aware of the cost of being herself. She has watched it all, and she has said nothing about any of it. What she has instead of speech is the fullest picture of her family that anyone in it possesses. She knows them the way no one else in the household knows them, because she has been watching without the distorting filter of participation. The others are in the scenes. They are arguing and managing and performing and reacting. Maggie is watching the scene from outside it, from a position the others do not notice and have never thought to account for. The baby in the corner has the best view of the room. She is waiting for the moment when the view becomes useful. The scariest thing about Mr. Burns is not the power or the longevity or the disease equilibrium or the treatment schedule that keeps the whole impossible biology running. The scariest thing is how comfortable he is. He does not experience his situation as monstrous. He does not lie awake at night, or he does not appear to, insofar as the show gives us access to his interior, in awareness that what he has done and continues to do constitutes an ongoing crime against the community that depends on him. He is not a man in denial. Denial implies that the truth is present and being refused. Burns's relationship to what he has done is something further along the spectrum. He simply does not experience it as a category that requires moral evaluation. He built things. He maintained them. He made decisions in the context of his own interests and the interests of his enterprise. That the people in the surrounding community have been affected by those decisions is not something Burns has registered as his concern. They are in the surrounding community. He is at the center. The categories do not overlap. This is not a special kind of evil in the melodramatic sense. It is the natural endpoint of a life lived at sufficient remove from ordinary human consequence for long enough. You lose the capacity to feel the connection between your choices and their effects on people who are not you, because the connection has never been available to direct experience. You have always been at the center. The effects have always been somewhere else. Springfield is his laboratory in the sense that it is the space in which his enterprise operates. But a laboratory is not a community. The things in a laboratory are not people in the relationship sense. They are factors. Burns has not always been this complete in his remove. The show has given him glimpses of something else, of a younger Burns whose capacity for ordinary human feeling had not yet been fully replaced by the mechanism of accumulated power. There is a woman he loved. There is a softness that existed before the century of decisions calcified over it. The softness did not survive, but it was there, once, which means it is not the case that he was born this way. He was made this way, by the same process that made Homer the safety inspector, the long application of a system that rewards certain behaviors and extinguishes others, until what remains is the optimal version of the behavior the system was built to produce. Burns is what the system wanted. Springfield is what you get when you build it. The children, Rod and Todd, are the part of Ned's story the show has been least willing to fully examine, and the restraint is understandable because what the show would have to say, if it looked at them directly, is uncomfortable. They are being raised by a man whose capacity for feeling anger was conditioned out of him as a child, who cannot model appropriate anger, appropriate boundaries, appropriate resistance to mistreatment, because his nervous system was rewired to prevent those things from surfacing. The grace and patience that Ned demonstrates are real, but they exist inside a closed loop. He can absorb. He cannot demonstrate to his children the alternative. Rod and Todd are gentle and obedient and slightly unsettling in the way of children who have never been encouraged to test anything. They defer to authority with a completeness that reads, from the outside, as either exceptional well-raisedness or the sign of something that has never been allowed to push against anything. Ned loves them. The love is unambiguous. But love that cannot model the full range of healthy emotional response, love that can only demonstrate the suppressed, managed, grace-forward version of itself, produces a particular kind of child. What Rod and Todd become, in a world that will eventually require them to push back against something, is an open question the show has never quite answered. The unasked question. The open door Ned's story has always had, just barely visible at the edge of the frame.
The years she spent underground are the years the show can only approximate. It has not depicted them in any sustained way. It has given us glimpses, a commune here, a protest there, the specific texture of a life lived in constant motion, never settling, never staying long enough for staying to become dangerous. But the daily reality of those years, the specific experience of being a mother who cannot be a mother, who knows that somewhere in Springfield there is a child who has been told she is dead, who goes about his days inside a lie she has been unable to correct, is something the show gestures toward without opening all the way. She thought about him. This is the minimal baseline that the reunion scene establishes. She thought about him, continuously, across the years.
She followed what information was available about the life of the Simpson family from the distance of someone who could not safely approach it. She knew, in the way of someone who has been watching from outside, the rough shape of who Homer was becoming. The reunion gives her the specific detail that the watching from outside could not. The face of an adult man who is also, unmistakably, the face of the child she kissed goodbye in the night. The shape of the person the absence produced. She did not expect forgiveness immediately. She did not present the reunion as resolution. She came to correct the lie, to say she was alive, to offer whatever of herself could be offered across the enormous distance of 27 years of missing. Homer gave her more than she expected, and less than either of them needed. He gave her the reunion, he gave her the time, and then she had to leave again, and he had to watch her go again. And the second leaving was different from the first only in that this time he understood what it was. He had a father who worked for Burns before him. This is one of the show's quieter revelations, folded into the history of his character across multiple seasons. Smithers's father was in Burns's employ, in a position of significant trust, and died in the service of that employment under circumstances the show has depicted with characteristic obliqueness. The younger Smithers was raised with Burns as part of the architecture of his world from the beginning, not as a threat, not as an abstraction, as the fixed point around which the life of his household was organized. He grew up in the orbit of Burns's world before he chose to enter it professionally. The choice was made by someone for whom it was already not quite a choice, already the logical destination of where he had been going, already the place that felt like the continuation of something familiar, rather than the beginning of something new. This does not excuse anything about the situation he finds himself in as an adult, but it explains something about the depth of the difficulty of exiting it. He was not made for Burns by accident. He was oriented toward Burns from the beginning of his life, by a history that he did not choose, and that had already shaped the available options by the time he was in a position to choose anything. The most interesting question about Smithers is not whether he should leave. It is whether the version of himself that could leave is still accessible, whether the decades of the arrangement have produced a self that is capable of a different orientation, or whether the decades have calcified the orientation into something that has become inseparable from the self. He shows up every morning. He confirms the schedule. He stands at Burns's elbow. Some mornings, perhaps, he stands there for a moment before beginning the day's work, in awareness of everything the standing costs. And then he begins. The opera is worth sitting with longer. When Sideshow Bob sings, something happens to the register of the show. Not permanently, not in a way that rewrites what surrounds it, but in the moment of the singing, something shifts. The comedy that constitutes the majority of the show's relationship to Bob, the elaborate villainy, the foiling, the rakes, steps back, and something else occupies the space. The Toreador song from Carmen, the Major General's song, the full, aching, operatic moments that the show has given him across his appearances. These are not jokes inside the episodes that contain them. They are the things themselves. They are Sideshow Bob's most direct communication with the audience. The moments when he steps outside the structure of his role in the show. The antagonist, the failed villain, the graduate of the Springfield penal system, and says, simply, "This is what I am." The show hears this. It stops, briefly, and hears it. And then the episode resumes. The structure reasserts. Bob is the villain again, the foiled one, the one who will lose to Bart in whatever configuration the episode has constructed. But the opera was real. The music was real. And in Springfield, where so much of what is real gets buried under the surface operations of a town that has made collective forgetting its primary civic activity, the music persisting is something. He was young once. This is the obvious thing, and also the thing that gets lost most completely in the version of Grandpa Simpson that the show presents. That the old man in the chair was not always the old man in the chair. That the stories that meander and lose their threads were once experiences that were being lived forward, in the direction of their own unwritten endings, by a person for whom the outcome was not yet known. He was a young man during the Depression, a young man during the war, a young man raising a son in post-war Springfield, a middle-aged man watching that son grow into adulthood in ways he did not always know how to support, an older man making the decisions, the deal with Burns, the lie about Mona, that he made in the belief that the making was protecting something. The protection was imperfect, and the decisions had consequences he did not fully anticipate, and the man in the chair at the retirement castle carries all of it. He carries it inside the stories that go nowhere, that lose the thread, that the room empties out around. The thread is still there. It has just been going for a very long time, and the person telling it has been doing so in rooms that keep emptying before he gets to the end. He will keep telling it. The story is all he has left that is entirely his own. Deeper into Homer, the architecture of a life he didn't design. There is a question that the show has been circling for 36 years without landing on it directly, and the question is this. If Homer Simpson had grown up in different circumstances, with a mother who stayed, in a town that wasn't systematically poisoning him, with a school environment that recognized what was there rather than what the file said should be there, who would he have become? The show has given us pieces of an answer. In the episode where the crayon is removed and Homer's intelligence briefly operates without the impediment that has defined his cognitive life, he becomes someone who can write a coherent letter, someone who can understand a scientific paper, someone who recognizes satire, someone who, for the first time in his adult life, can hold a thought long enough to follow it to a conclusion rather than watching it dissolve before it arrives anywhere. The person he becomes in those hours is not a genius in the dramatic, prodigious sense. He is simply a person of normal adult intelligence, operating without obstruction, which is, given the baseline, remarkable. The distance between the Homer of the crayon and the Homer without it is not the distance between incompetence and capability. It is the distance between an impaired version of a person and an unimpaired one. And that impaired version has been the only Homer Springfield has ever known. What Homer without the crayon could have done with the full run of his adult life, not just the brief window before he chose to put it back, is impossible to specify. But the window shows something real. The capacity is there, behind the obstruction. The man who could have been is not a fantasy. He is a biological fact, accessible under specific conditions. The choosing of the fog over the clarity is the part of Homer's story that is easiest to misread as defeat and hardest to read as what it actually is. A form of wisdom so local and so specific to his situation that it barely looks like wisdom from the outside. Homer understands, in the episode, that the intelligent version of himself in Springfield cannot achieve anything that the fogged version cannot. The intelligence provides only clearer vision of a situation that cannot be changed. The fog provides the absence of that vision. Given those options, clarity without power, or fog with warmth, Homer chooses the fog. He chooses to come back to the family, to the couch, to the beer, to the life that requires him to not see too clearly what that life is built on. This is, in the most compressed possible form, the trade that Springfield has been offering its residents for decades. We will give you comfort and continuity and the warmth of community and the absence of anxiety about what you cannot change. In exchange, you give us your clarity. You give us your capacity to see what is happening to you. You give us your ability to ask why the fish have 3 eyes. Homer accepted this trade before he could articulate it. Most of Springfield accepted it before they could articulate it. The acceptance was built into the environment long before the residents were old enough to know there was an offer on the table. He is sitting on the couch right now. The television is on. Marge is in the kitchen. The children are in various rooms, being various versions of themselves. The house smells like dinner. The sounds of the neighborhood drift in through the neighborhood. Homer is home. It is enough. It has always been enough. The question of whether it should be enough is not a question Homer asks. That is Burns's best work, creating conditions under which the question does not arise. Let's talk about Homer's relationship to his own body, because it is one of the show's most sustained and least examined threads. He has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen off cliffs, off buildings, into gorges. He has been struck by cars, hit by objects of improbable mass, swallowed by things that should have been lethal. He has walked away from explosions. He has survived situations that the show stages with apparent sincerity, not as dream sequences, not as cutaways, but as events in the ongoing present of the episode that would kill any real human being 10 times in the process. His recovery rate is inhuman. Not metaphorically. In any realistic account of what is happening to Homer's body across the show's run, the recovery rate is not human. It is the recovery rate of something that has been biologically altered in ways that change how it interfaces with physical damage. The radiation theory points at this and says, altered biology. The coma theory says, nothing is actually happening to his body because his body is in a hospital bed, and what we are watching are events in a dream. The cartoon logic explanation says, this is a cartoon, and cartoons have different rules. The explanation that the show never quite commits to, but that accumulates through the weight of the evidence, is the one that connects his durability to his environment, to decades of exposure to a facility that, whatever it has done to his cognitive function, has done something to his physical structure that makes it capable of recovering from damage that should not be survivable. He is indestructible in the way that things are indestructible when something fundamental about their structure has been changed at the level that matters. Not protected, changed, made into something that processes damage differently than the original was designed to. This is not a gift. The cognitive cost of whatever produced the physical durability is enormous. The version of Homer that can survive falling off a cliff is the same version that lodges a crayon in his brain and does not notice. The resilience and the damage are products of the same cause. Springfield gave him an unbreakable body and a broken mind. Burns would call this efficient resource management. And then there is Homer's relationship to joy, which is the thing the show has been most generous with, and that constitutes ultimately the most important thing about him. He experiences joy with a completeness and a lack of qualification that is, in an adult, unusual enough to be remarkable. When Homer is delighted, the delight is total. When the donut is good, it is the best donut. When the beer is cold, the cold beer is the exact thing the universe was built to produce. When the family is together on the couch and something funny is happening on television and everyone is laughing, Homer is inside that moment with a completeness that most adults, most of the time, cannot access. This is partly a product of the fog, the absence of the higher-order processing that would be simultaneously projecting forward into worry or backward into regret. But it is also something real and specific about how Homer is constituted. He is oriented toward pleasure, toward the good moment, toward the thing that is enjoyable right now. This is the quality that makes him survivable as a character across 3.5 decades of disasters that should have made him unlivable. He rebounds, not because he is stupid, though the cognitive limitations are real, but because he is constitutionally oriented toward the next good thing. The recovery from any given catastrophe is powered by whatever is enjoyable in the aftermath. The donut after the disaster is not a punchline. It is Homer's coping mechanism, his reset, his way of finding the thing in the present moment that makes the present moment livable before the next disaster assembles itself somewhere in the vicinity of Sector 7G. He is, in this specific way, more resilient than many people who are constitutionally more sophisticated. The resilience is not an achievement, it is a temperament. But temperament is real, and its effects are real, and Homer's specific temperament, oriented toward pleasure, toward the next good moment, toward the cold beer and the warm house and the family on the couch, is what has allowed him to remain, across everything, a person who gets back up. He always gets back up. That is not nothing. In Springfield, that might be everything.
The cost of being the one who stays.
Marge Simpson has never left. This is not a small thing. In the geography of the show, in the way Springfield produces exits for people who get pushed far enough, the way careers and crises and catastrophes regularly displace characters into different configurations, Marge has never, in any sustained or canonical sense, left. She has approached the leaving. She has stood at the edge of it and looked down into the alternative. She has felt the specific quality of a moment where the path forks and one of the paths leads away from the house on Evergreen Terrace. She has not taken that path. The not taking is the subject, not the staying exactly, not as a positive act of choosing, but the accumulated weight of the not taking, of 36 years of paths not taken, and what that accumulation produces in a person who is aware enough to know the paths were there. Because Marge is aware. This is the crucial thing about her that the surface can make easy to miss. She sees her situation clearly. She is not someone who has remained out of inability to perceive the alternatives or out of the specific blindness that domesticity can sometimes produce. She remains with full knowledge of what she remains inside of. The knowledge does not produce resentment quite, but it produces a particular kind of consciousness, of a person who has made peace with their circumstances without ever quite having to stop being aware that peace was made, that something was given up in the making of it. The grinding of teeth is the sound of that awareness in its physical form. The worry is the emotional form. The blue tower of hair is the visual form, the permanence of the same style across 36 years, the constancy that marks her as the fixed point of the household, the visual signature of a person who is not changing, because someone in this family has to be the thing that doesn't change. Homer changes. He has been to space, and to Japan, and to 100 different jobs and 100 different versions of himself. Bart changes in the sense of cycling through phases with the energy of someone who is still figuring out which of his possible selves he wants to keep. Lisa changes, incrementally and with increasing conviction, in the direction of the person she is becoming. Even Maggie changes in the specific way of someone who is accumulating without expressing. Marge stays. This is not resignation. The distinction matters. Resignation is the absence of preference, the flatness of someone who has stopped believing their preference is possible. What Marge experiences is different. It is the active, daily maintenance of a version of acceptance that is constantly being renewed against the ongoing reality of what the acceptance costs. She accepts, and she continues to pay the cost, and she accepts again, and the circle does not break, but it does not produce numbness either. She remains present inside it. The anger is the most suppressed thing about her character, and the thing that the show has been careful to keep mostly below the surface, except in the moments where the pressure exceeds the capacity of the suppression. She gets angry. The grinding of teeth is the sound of it before it can become speech. The worry is the rerouting of anger into a channel that feels more manageable, more socially acceptable, more consistent with the person she understands herself to be. Marge does not see herself as an angry person. She is not oriented toward anger in the way that some people are organized around the feeling of it. But the anger is there, in the form of the things that are not said, in the form of the conversations that are redirected before they can arrive at their destination, in the form of the dinner that is made with a particular kind of efficiency that is not quite the same as the dinner made on a good day. Homer does not read these signals consistently. The show has been honest about this. He is not always incapable of it. There are moments where something in Homer's relational intelligence, which functions better in specific emotional registers than the general cognitive picture would suggest, surfaces, and he reads Marge correctly and responds in a way that is actually useful. These moments are not rare enough to be statistically invisible. They are the moments around which the marriage is built. But they are not the majority. The majority is Homer not quite reading the signal, not quite tracking the texture of her mood, not quite available in the way that the moment requires. And Marge, in those moments, makes the adjustment that she has been making for 36 years. She absorbs the gap. She does not escalate. She finds the way through that does not require Homer to be more than he is capable of being right now. This is a skill. It is also, over long enough time, a cost. The question of what Marge carries that she has never put down is one the show asks in the dark scenes, the ones that are not played for comedy, the ones where the camera holds on her face a beat longer than the comedy requires, and you see what is there before the scene moves on. She carries the paintings she didn't finish, the bowling trajectory she set aside, the version of herself that existed before Homer, before the children, before the house became the primary location of herself, the version that was becoming something in a direction that is not entirely knowable now. She also carries the love, the genuine, unperformed, specifically directed love for this particular family, in this particular house, in this particular impossible town. The love is not manufactured. It is not the performance of a person who learned to love the life she settled into. It is real, and it has weight, and it is what makes the cost bearable. Because things you love are worth what they cost you. The question, the one Marge sits with in the dark living room after everyone has gone to bed, in the silence before she goes to bed herself, is not whether the love is real. The question is whether the love being real is sufficient, whether it is enough to make the rest of it worth what it costs. She gets up from the chair. She goes to bed. She does not answer the question out loud, but she gets up. She always gets up. And in the morning, the blue hair will be perfect, and the kitchen will be warm, and the family will arrive in the various states they always arrive in, and Marge will absorb each arrival and adjust and respond and manage and love, and the day will begin. The day always begins. She makes sure of it. Deeper into Lisa, what it costs to see clearly. The specific loneliness of being the person in the room who sees things most clearly is a loneliness that has no obvious remedy. It is not the loneliness of isolation, of being alone in a physical sense, of having no one nearby. Lisa is surrounded by people. She is embedded in a family that is, for all its chaos and frequent inattention, genuinely present around her. She is in a school with dozens of peers. She lives in a town that is, whatever its other qualities, densely populated and full of social activity. The loneliness is structural. It is the loneliness of a mind that operates at a frequency that the environment around it cannot consistently receive. Like a radio station broadcasting on a frequency that most of the available radios in the area are not calibrated to pick up. The broadcast is real. The transmission is happening. The absence of reception does not mean the signal isn't there. Lisa is broadcasting constantly. Her arguments, her observations, her emotional responses, her moral reasoning, all of it is real and detailed and operating at a level of complexity that requires a certain kind of engagement to receive properly. And the engagement that most of her environment can offer her is partial at best, intermittent, frequently focused on managing her rather than actually receiving what she has to say. She has learned to manage the gap. This is the part of her character the show renders most quietly and least dramatically, the ongoing daily practice of managing the distance between who she is and what her environment can accommodate. She reduces herself, selectively and with great care, in social contexts where the full version would produce friction she is too tired to manage. She finds the registrations she can use, music, academic work, political causes, that allow her to operate at something closer to her actual capacity, without requiring the people around her to fully comprehend what they are witnessing. The saxophone is the most complete form of this. When she plays, she is not performing for an audience, she is adjusting herself to meet. She is playing at her full capacity, in her full voice, and whatever audience exists can receive or not receive according to their own ability. The playing does not modulate itself based on what the room can hold. It goes up fully and lands where it lands. This is the most honest version of herself she has regular access to. The relationship with Martin Prince is worth a moment because it is the show's most honest account of what happens when Lisa has access to intellectual companionship that is, if not her equal, at least in her vicinity. Martin is genuinely intelligent. He is not intelligent in the same way Lisa is intelligent, and the difference is significant. His intelligence tends toward the academic and the informational, the kind that accumulates facts and mastery of existing structures, where Lisa's tends toward the analytical and the connective, the kind that takes existing knowledge and produces new understanding from it. But he is present in a way that her other peers are not, capable of conversations that go somewhere she hasn't already been. And the school treats this dynamic as social comedy, the two nerds, the two outsiders, the pair of children who don't quite fit the social geometry of Springfield Elementary, which is accurate as far as it goes. But the undercurrent is something more, the specific relief that Lisa experiences in a social context where she does not have to calibrate down quite as far as usual, where the conversation can go somewhere, where being the smartest person in the room is not quite as lonely as it usually is. She also has an ongoing relationship with her own future that is unlike any other character's relationship with time. The show has shown her future multiple times in different configurations, and in each configuration she is recognizably herself. The same moral commitment, the same intelligence, the same capacity for both connection and isolation, but grown. The grown Lisa is a person who achieved things, who changed things, in the specific ways that someone with her particular combination of intelligence and stubbornness and moral commitment was always going to change things. Who still plays saxophone. The grown Lisa looks back at the Springfield of her childhood with a combination of gratitude and grief that the show has not always had the patience to fully render, but that is visible in the edges of the episodes that access her adult self. Gratitude for what the family gave her, the specific texture of love that persists through all the chaos, the particular way the Simpson household shaped her. Grief for what Springfield cost her, for the years of fighting for recognition that produced resistance, for the isolation that came from being too much. Both are real, they coexist without resolving. That is, finally, the most accurate thing about Lisa Simpson. The gratitude and the grief coexist without resolving, just as the intelligence and the loneliness coexist, just as the caring and the exhaustion coexist. She holds all of it, every day, at 8 years old, in Springfield, without putting it down. Deeper into Maggie, 36 years of watching. Consider what a 1-year-old who has been 1-year-old for 36 years has seen. The math alone is staggering. If we take the show at its operating premise, that Springfield's present is always the world's present, that the family is living through real cultural time even as they do not age, then Maggie Simpson has been a conscious, attentive, cognitively sophisticated observer of American life from 1989 to the present. She has watched the Cold War end. She has watched the internet emerge. She has watched multiple financial crises reshape the economics of the kind of working-class household she lives inside. She has watched the cultural shifts, the political upheavals, the technological revolutions that have reconfigured daily life across the period. She has watched all of it, from a high chair or the floor of a living room on Evergreen Terrace, with a pacifier in her mouth and enormous eyes that track everything. And she has said nothing. The question the show keeps not asking is what Maggie thinks about what she has seen, what her evaluation of it is, what the accumulated record of 36 years of uninterrupted, apparently unfiltered observation produces in a mind of her demonstrated capability when that mind is turned from the domestic scale of the Simpson household to the larger scale of the world the Simpson household is embedded in. She has watched Homer navigate the specific conditions of working-class American life from the inside, the job security maintained by a secret deal, the wages kept at a level that produces consistent financial stress without ever quite reaching crisis, the particular way a company town operates to extract maximum labor from a workforce that has limited alternatives. She has watched this without commentary and without the evident frustration that Lisa brings to her observations of the same dynamics. Lisa sees the injustice and argues. Maggie sees the injustice and files it. The difference in approach produces different kinds of knowledge. Lisa's knowledge is active and vocal and has been shaped by the responses it has received, by the pushback, the dismissal, the exhaustion of fighting for recognition in a community not organized to receive it. Lisa knows what she knows, and she also knows how the world receives her knowing. Maggie's knowledge is uncontaminated by response. It has never been expressed in a form that allowed the world to push back against it. It exists in its original form, unmodified by the friction of encounter with other people's resistance or reception. This is either an enormous advantage, or it means that what Maggie knows has never been tested. Both possibilities are true, depending on which day you check. The specific relationship between Maggie and Marge is the show's most under-examined close connection. They spend the most time in physical proximity. Maggie is carried, held, pushed in a stroller, sat with during the hours when the older children are at school and Homer is at the plant. Marge talks to Maggie with the specificity and the seriousness of someone who believes, regardless of what developmental theory says about the cognitive capacity of one-year-olds, that she is being heard. She is being heard. Maggie is the recipient of more of Marge's actual thinking, the worrying out loud, the working through of problems that do not have clean solutions, the reflection on what is happening in the household and the neighborhood and the town than any other member of the family. Homer does not receive this thinking because Homer does not have the consistent attentive capacity to receive it. The children receive versions of it adapted for their age and relationship. Maggie receives the unedited version, delivered to someone who is assumed not to be fully comprehending, but who is in fact comprehending everything. Marge is telling Maggie things she has not told anyone else. Maggie is keeping them. This is the most intimate relationship in the Simpson household, and it has been operating in plain sight for 36 years without the show ever quite pointing directly at it. The daycare episodes, not just the Academy Award-nominated short, but the various canonical appearances of Springfield's daycare context, reveal something interesting about how Maggie moves in social environments outside the family. She is not isolated in those environments. She is, in fact, a significant social presence, someone whose silence in the adult world does not extend into the world of her peers in the same way. Among other babies, among other children who are operating outside the linguistic register that adults use to establish authority and process social reality, Maggie is something closer to a leader. The daycare rebellion is the most explicit expression of this. She organized it. She led it. She brought the other children into a coordinated response against an authority structure they had individually accepted. And she did so without words, through the force of her example and the clarity of her intention. The babies followed because Maggie made it clear she was going somewhere, and she was going there regardless. And going somewhere with Maggie is better than staying where you are without her. That is leadership. Basic, functional, pre-verbal leadership, but leadership in its most essential form. Someone who sees where to go, goes there, and makes it easier for others to follow than to stay behind. She has this quality in its most natural form, before the institutional processes that shape it into its adult manifestations, before it becomes management or politics or influence in any of the named forms. In its original one-year-old form, it is simply Maggie moving and people moving with her. What she will do with this when she is old enough to move in a world that has more space in it, more leverage, more available channels through which to direct what she has been accumulating, is genuinely unknown. That is the final genuine mystery in Springfield, and it is more interesting than who shot Mr. Burns. Deeper Burns, the man who outlasted everything. 100 years is long enough to watch a country build itself and begin the process of dismantling what it built. Burns has watched American capitalism move through its full arc, from the Gilded Age excess of his early life, through the regulatory interventions of the New Deal, through the post-war prosperity, through the stagflation and the Reaganomics and the deregulation and the financialization, and whatever the present moment of the show's floating timeline constitutes as the current configuration of the economy in which he operates. He has not been a neutral observer of these transitions. He has been an active participant in shaping some of them, a resistor of the others, and a beneficiary of all. The regulations that were supposed to constrain people like Burns were never quite sufficient to do so, because the people who designed the regulations were the same people who needed the goodwill of the Burns family fortune, and the goodwill of the Burns family fortune has never been freely given in a direction that would threaten its own continuation. This is not cynicism. This is the show's honest rendering of how very large amounts of money interact with democratic governance over long periods of time. The interaction does not require conspiracy in the dramatic sense. It does not require meetings in dark rooms where specific decisions are made to favor specific interests. It requires only that the people with very large amounts of money be consistently present in the spaces where governance happens: the offices, the fundraisers, the appointments to oversight boards, the committee memberships, and that their presence be sufficient to orient the process in directions that are compatible with their continued accumulation. Burns has been present in all of those spaces for a century or more. The people who might have regulated him properly have come and gone. The politicians whose careers might have been built on the platform of accountability for environmental damage have been managed through contributions, through the specific pressure that employment in Springfield creates, through the variety of leverage that comes from being the primary economic engine of a community. The regulators who might have forced the 342 violations into remediation have found the task of regulating Burns's operation more complicated than it initially appeared, for reasons that the show renders with characteristic brevity and the real world renders with characteristic complexity. He has outlasted all of them. This is the most important fact about him. Not the age, which is dramatic, not the diseases, which are fascinating, not the weekly treatment, which is unsettling. The most important fact is that he has simply been present, continuously, in the seats of power in Springfield and beyond, for longer than any of the institutions designed to hold people like him accountable have managed to maintain the political will to do so. Accountability requires sustained political will. Political will requires constituencies that stay engaged. Constituencies stay engaged when the harm being done to them is visible. And the harm that Burns's operation does to Springfield is not visible in the way that makes sustained political engagement easy. It is chemical, environmental, biological. It is the three-eyed fish in the river, which people saw and then, somehow, allowed themselves to stop worrying about. It is the yellow skin that everyone has had since birth, and that therefore does not read as symptom but as baseline. It is the cognitive impairment that makes it harder to sustain the very political engagement that could address the cognitive impairment. The system protects itself. Burns built a system that protects itself, and his immortality, the weekly treatment, the disease equilibrium, the medical infrastructure of his continued survival, is just the extension of the same principle into his own body. The system that has been protecting his empire has been applied, at the most intimate level, to the biological processes that keep him running. He will be here when everyone reading this is gone. unless someone finds the control rods. Deeper into Ned. What faith looks like when God is quiet. The silence of the divine in Ned Flanders' life is the theological center of his character, and the show has never quite acknowledged it as such, which is itself significant. The Simpsons is a show that has been willing to engage with questions of faith and divinity more directly than most American primetime entertainment of its era. God appears, Jesus appears, the afterlife appears. Heaven and hell are depicted with the casual specificity of things that are simply part of the show's world, neither defended nor argued against, simply present in the same way that the nuclear power plant is simply present. The show accepts the existence of the supernatural in Springfield the way it accepts the existence of everything else, as a given, a condition, something to work with rather than something to debate. And within that framework, within a universe where God is real and present and has demonstrated willingness to engage directly with at least one Springfield resident, Ned's silence from God is not a philosophical question. It is a plot fact. God talks to Homer. Homer, who does not particularly want the conversation, who was not seeking it, who processes it in his characteristic way, with some confusion, and then an attempt to extract practical benefit from the divine attention, and then a return to his ordinary operations, Homer receives the conversation. Ned, who has organized his entire life around the aspiration to divine conversation, who goes to church every Sunday and tithes and prays and structures his moral choices around what he understands the conversation would require, does not receive it. This is either the show making a point about the arbitrary distribution of grace, which is theologically complex and worth taking seriously, or it is the show making a point about the specific character of Homer versus the specific character of Ned, about what the divine attention in the show's universe is oriented toward. If the divine attention in Springfield is oriented toward need, toward the person who is failing, who is falling, who requires intervention more urgently than someone who is managing, then Ned's success at managing is precisely what keeps the divine conversation at a distance. He has made himself too competent to need the intervention. He has built a life so thoroughly organized around the anticipation of divine preference that the divine has no obvious point of entry. Homer falls through the floor on a daily basis. There is always somewhere to put divine attention in Homer's situation. Ned is holding. He is holding so well, and with such apparent stability, that the holding itself has become indistinguishable from the floor that should have been there to catch him if he fell. The faith that sustains him has, in this reading, created the conditions for his spiritual isolation. He has become the person who doesn't need saving, which is not the same as the person who doesn't need. He needs, desperately, in ways the conditioning prevents from surfacing, the exact kind of direct reassurance and presence that his faith is supposed to provide. But the architecture of his faith, as it has been built across decades of behavioral conditioning and devotional practice, has created a surface that is too smooth for the divine to find purchase on. He keeps going to church. The silence continues. He smiles at his neighbors. Inside the smile, inside the practiced warmth and the catchphrases and the neighborly availability, something is waiting. Not waiting to be angry, not waiting to break, waiting to be received, to be heard, to have the silence answered by something other than his own continued effort to maintain the holding. The silence does not answer. He waves across the fence. Homer does not look up from the lawn chair. The day proceeds. Deeper into Sideshow Bob, intelligence as curse. The problem with being the smartest person in the room is that it gives you no protection from being wrong about the things that matter most. Sideshow Bob is exceptionally intelligent. This is not in question. The vocabulary, the cultural references, the elaborate nature of his schemes, the speed with which he identifies opportunities and constructs plans to exploit them. All of these point to genuine, significant cognitive capability. He is operating, in terms of raw intellectual processing, at a level that no other character in Springfield approaches, except possibly Lisa, and possibly, in certain registers, Burns. And he keeps losing to a 10-year-old. Not because Bart outsmarts him in the technical sense. Bart does not, generally, build a more sophisticated plan. Bart does not construct a superior logical framework or identify the flaw in Bob's scheme through superior analysis. Bart wins through improvisation, through the specific adaptability of a child who has been surviving on instinct since he was old enough to get himself into trouble. Bob loses because his intelligence, as sophisticated as it is brittle in a specific way that Bart's less sophisticated but more flexible mental operations are not. He plans too completely. He constructs schemes of such internal coherence and logical elegance that they have no accommodation for the random, the unpredictable, the Bart-specific chaos that reliably introduces itself at the moment of maximum inconvenience. His intelligence is the intelligence of someone who is educated to believe that the world operates according to rules. That careful application of sufficient intelligence to any problem will produce the optimal outcome. And the world, as Bart represents it, does not operate according to rules. It operates according to the kind of distributed chaos that no amount of advanced planning can fully anticipate. Bob does not lack the intelligence to understand this. He lacks the temperament to accept it. His identity is built around the belief in his own superior capability, and the belief requires the framework of rules operating predictably to be sustainable. If the world is chaotic, if a 10-year-old child can reliably defeat someone of Bob's demonstrated capability simply by being unpredictably present, then Bob's identity cannot make coherent sense of itself. So he keeps building the schemes, keeps constructing the elaborate approaches, keeps arriving at the moment of apparent triumph and finding Bart there, having gotten through the elegant logical structure not by finding the flaw in the logic, but by approaching the whole thing from a direction the logic had not anticipated. The show has given Bob genuinely touching moments of self-awareness, episodes where he can see, with the full force of his intelligence, exactly what his situation is, what the pattern of his life looks like from outside, how he appears to the world he moves through. The awareness does not change the behavior. This is the most accurate thing the show has done with him. Intelligence does not guarantee the capacity to change. Knowing clearly what you are doing wrong is not the same as having the ability to stop. The awareness and the pattern coexist in Bob the way they coexist in many very intelligent people who are doing things that they cannot quite stop doing for reasons that their intelligence can analyze but cannot address. He is in prison again. Or he is not. The floating timeline makes his current status uncertain. He is wherever the show needs him to be for the next appearance, but the pattern will resume when he appears. He will build the plan. He will construct the logical framework. He will arrive at the moment of triumph. Bart will be there. The rake will be there. He will step on it. Deeper into Abe, the stories nobody heard. The thing about oral history, about the knowledge and experience that lives in the minds of people who are old enough to have been there for things that the historical record treats as abstract, is that it disappears when the person who carries it dies. This is not a dramatic observation. It is the ordinary condition of human knowledge transmission, the specific loss that happens at every death and that accumulates, generation by generation, into the version of the past that the living have access to, which is always the documented version, the recorded version, the version that someone considered important enough to put in a form that survives. Abe's stories are not documented. They are not recorded. They exist in the conversations that the people he tells them to have stopped wading through, in the narratives that veer and lose their thread and require more patience than Homer, specifically, has available. But they are there. He was in the war. He saw things that the historical record covers in aggregate: casualty figures, strategic decisions, the broad shape of the conflict as it is taught in textbooks. But that Abe covers in the specific. This man, this moment, this particular Tuesday in a place that had a name that most people now would have to look up. The specific texture of what it felt like to be there, to be young in that particular way and in that particular place, is in Abe's memory in a form that no database can replicate. He was a father in the post-war period, in the specific economic and social conditions of a working-class American life in the 1950s and 1960s. In a town that was already beginning to show the effects of the industrial operation at its center. He was there for Homer's childhood in the particular way of a father who was himself shaped by the specific deprivations and hardships and expectations of his own formation. He tried to be a good father using the tools that his own father gave him, which were incomplete in specific ways. And he succeeded and failed in patterns that have reproduced themselves in Homer's own fathering. He told Homer his mother was dead. This was the wrong choice. He has carried the weight of it across however many years of his improbably extended fictional life. He has not found a way to put it down. The weight is there, in the stories that go nowhere, in the digression that seems to be heading toward something and then turns and takes the long way around and arrives somewhere else. He is telling the story of it. He has been telling it for years. Nobody has stayed in the room long enough to hear it arrive. He sits in the chair at the retirement castle. The television is on. He begins a story. The room empties. He keeps going. Deeper into Mona. What was left? The hardest thing about exile is not the going. The going is terrible, but it has momentum. You are moving. You are doing the next thing. The need to survive produces a forward motion that is its own anesthetic against the full weight of what the moving costs. The hardest thing is the staying away. Mona Simpson stayed away from her son for 27 years. This was not a single choice made once and held forever. It was a choice made every day, in the daily conditions of a life that required her to be somewhere that was not Springfield, to be someone who was not Homer's mother in any visible or accessible sense, to get up and have a cup of coffee and look at the morning and not be on Evergreen Terrace. The choice was made for her, in the original instance, by the circumstances that Burns created. She did not choose to leave. She chose not to return, which is different. She could not return safely. But not returning safely and not returning at all looked the same from the inside of the absence. And Homer, on the other side of the absence, could not know the difference. The daily life of a fugitive is not dramatic in the sustained sense. Movies depict fugitives in a state of constant motion, constant crisis, constant threat. The reality, the daily reality of living outside the law in a way that requires you to be consistently careful, consistently private, consistently available to leave quickly if the situation requires, is quieter and more grinding than that. It is the accumulation of small cautions, the habit of not staying anywhere long enough to become someone people know well enough to eventually recognize, the management of the natural human impulse toward roots and relationships, and the particular kind of settled, localized life that produces the things you cannot take when you leave. Mona had those things in the community she found. The commune, or the collective, or wherever the show's occasional glimpses of her exile years place her. She had people and relationships and purposes. The life was not empty. But it was not Springfield, and Homer was not in it. What she carried about him, across the years, was not the child he was when she left. It was the child she imagined him becoming. The trajectory of a life she was not present for, extrapolated from the few years she had been present for, updated occasionally by whatever fragments she could gather about the Simpson family from a safe distance. The man she met when she came back to correct the death record was someone she had never met, and also someone she had known before he existed, had known in the imagining of who the child she kissed goodbye would become in her absence. The reunion was the moment when the imagining met the reality. Homer was not the person she had imagined. He could not have been. He was the person that the conditions of his life, without her, with Abe's specific form of remote parenting, in Springfield's specific environment, at the nuclear plant, with Marge, with the children, with all of it, had produced. He was himself. She loved him anyway. Immediately, completely, with the force of 27 years of loving from a distance translated into the specific person standing in front of her. She did not have long. Burns found her. She left again. And then she died, in a later season, holding her son's hand. She had him back for long enough to say something that the years had made enormous. I never left because I wanted to. I left because I had to. The leaving was not about you. Homer heard this. Whatever the fog permits to pass through, this passed through. She was gone before either of them could fully account for what had been given back, and then taken away again. The weight of it is still in him, in the specific shape of the absence she left, twice, in the place where a mother should be. It does not get lighter, but he carries it home. He always carries it home. The floating timeline, revisited. Why we press pause. Every animated show with a long run has a version of this problem. The characters exist in time. They have ages, relationships, histories, and the show runs long enough that the time passing inside the show's fiction and the time passing in the real world begin to diverge in ways that the show has to decide how to handle. Most shows handle it simply. They ignore the passage of time. The characters stay the same age they were at the beginning, the present is always now, and the audience accepts this as a condition of the form. The Simpsons has been doing this for 36 years. The length of the run transforms what is, in a shorter series, a minor narrative convenience into something that accumulates its own weight. 36 years of the same family staying exactly the same age produces a situation that is no longer just a convention, it is an anomaly. It is something the show has been asked about and has refused to answer clearly, and has responded to with a specific combination of acknowledgement and deflection that characterizes Springfield's response to most of its deeper questions. Nobody ages because nobody ages in Springfield, because that is how Springfield works, because the loop doesn't break. But there is a version of the answer that is more interesting than that, and it goes like this. We don't let them age because we're not ready. The Simpsons audience has grown across the show's run. The people who watched it as children in 1989 are now adults. The people who watched it as teenagers in the mid-90s are now in their 40s. The people who discovered it through reruns and streaming are of every age, and all of them, when they watch the show, are experiencing something that functions as a form of access to a time and a relationship with that time that the ordinary passage of years makes increasingly difficult to access. When you watch Bart at 10 years old and you are 40 years old, you are watching something that holds the 10-year-old version of your own experience of the show in suspension. The show is a vessel for those early years of watching it. The characters being unchanged is the show being unchanged, which is the past being held open in a way the past is usually not. This is not analysis. This is what is actually happening in the living rooms and the bedrooms and the headphone-wearing late-night streams where people return to The Simpsons after years away. They return to the show, and the show is exactly as they left it. The characters are where they were. The house is the same. The couch receives the family as it always has. The world outside has changed. The people watching have changed. The show has not changed. And in that unchangedness is a very specific form of comfort that is available almost nowhere else in adult life. The experience of returning to something that has stayed. Most things do not stay. People leave. Relationships change shape. The houses we grew up in become something else, or belong to someone else, or are simply different now in ways that make them feel no longer ours. The versions of ourselves that we were at 10, or 15, or 20 are not available for return. They exist only in memory, which is imperfect and shifting and does not produce the direct sensory experience of being there. The Simpsons produces something like that experience. Not perfectly, not really, but close enough that people keep coming back to it across decades, close enough that the ratings persist, close enough that the show has now outlasted the careers and, in some cases, the lives of the people who made its earliest seasons. We press pause on the family because pressing play means watching them get older, means watching Bart become an adult, means watching Lisa move away, means watching Homer retire, means watching the house on Evergreen Terrace sit empty after the children have gone. That version of the show is not one we have asked for, not collectively, not with the sustained enthusiasm that would be required to give the show permission to make it. We want the kids to be kids. We want Homer to come through the door. We want the couch to receive them all at once, in the moment that will play again at the start of the next episode. The loop is ours. We built it. We maintain it every time we press play. Springfield is not a trap the characters are in. It is a home we built for them, with walls we put up, and a timeline we froze, and a loop we close every time the credits roll and open again when we press play. They live there because we need them to. We need them to be there when we come back. And we will always come back. That is the secret underneath all the secrets, the mystery below all the mysteries, the explanation that requires no radiation and no coma and no conspiracy. We cannot let them go because they are ours. They have always been ours, and they will be there, unchanged and waiting, whenever we need to come home. The House on Evergreen Terrace, a room-by-room reading. There is a house at 742 Evergreen Terrace in Springfield, and if you have been watching this show for any portion of its 36-year run, you know it the way you know certain houses from your own life. Not from visiting it, you cannot visit it, but from having it shown to you, in fragments and in full view, so many times that the fragments have assembled into something like the knowledge of a space you have actually been inside. The couch is in the living room. You know the couch. It has received the family in every variation of configuration, across every season, in every couch gag, in every moment where the credit sequence deposits them and they look at the television and the episode begins. The couch is orange and large and slightly frayed around the edges, and it is where the family lands at the end of a day or the beginning of an episode or both simultaneously. The kitchen is where Marge operates. This is the room most fully hers, the space where her presence is most visible in the specific arrangement of things, where the dishes are, where the pots are, what is in the refrigerator and why. She has organized this room to her own specifications across 3.5 decades, and the organization is a form of self-expression in the same way that the dark paintings in the garage are a form of self-expression. The kitchen is the practical version of Marge. The garage paintings are the interior version. Bart's room is chaos in contained form. Skateboard, posters, the specific accumulation of a child who does not clean up and does not throw away and does not organize, who simply adds to the existing pile as new things arrive and allows the pile to assume whatever configuration, gravity, and available floor space produce. The room looks like Bart's brain looks, energetic, associative, organized around no principle except the one that says, interesting things accumulate near other interesting things, and the accumulation itself is interesting. Lisa's room is different. It has books. It has the saxophone. It has a desk at which actual work happens, homework, writing, the projects that Lisa generates independent of school assignment because the mind she has requires more than the minimum amount of intellectual engagement available at Springfield Elementary. There are probably notes on the wall, observations about things she is working through, the visual record of a thinking process that outpaces any single medium. The basement is Homer's, in the specific sense that it is where Homer retreats when the retreat is possible, where the tinkering happens, where the projects that most people in the household have agreed to regard with benign concern are attempted and usually abandoned at some stage of development that leaves behind evidence of having been started. The basement is Homer without supervision, which is a different version of Homer and in its own way a revealing one, the person he is when nobody is managing the output. Maggie is everywhere. She moves through the house on her particular terms, in her own time, at the level of the floor or of the high chair or of whoever's arms currently hold her. The house from her perspective is a series of legs, and the space between them, a constant low-angle view of the environment she has been studying for 36 years. She knows this house at floor level with a comprehensiveness that no one else in the family has. She has been down there the whole time. The garage contains Marge's paintings. This is the detail the show returns to when it wants to say something honest about the interior life of the house that the surface of the house does not say. The paintings are dark, and the darkness is real, and the garage is where the dark paintings go, separate from the space of daily life, accessible but not integrated. Marge's interior is in the garage. The kitchen is where the house shows the world. The front lawn is where Homer and Ned interact. This space, the boundary between their properties, the driveway and the sidewalk and the strip of grass that is technically Homer's responsibility, but that Ned has mowed on numerous occasions because Homer did not, is the most consistently charged outdoor space in the show's geography. The fence runs between them. The fence is low enough that conversation happens over it, but defined enough that it marks the boundary between their very different versions of the same life. The neighbors can see into each other's yards. They see the evidence of each other's daily lives, the state of the lawn, the car in the driveway, the sounds of the household drifting through open windows. They know each other's routine without having chosen to know it, through the proximity that 36 years of adjacent living produces. The house is not perfect. It has the specific imperfections of a house that was never quite sufficient for the family living inside it, and that has been patched and modified and occasionally damaged and repaired across decades. The plumbing has issues that Homer has addressed with mixed results. The roof has been accessed for various plot-specific reasons and shows the evidence. The basement improvements are ongoing in the sense that they are never quite complete. But the house stands. Across 36 years of disasters that should have leveled it, and catastrophes that have sometimes actually damaged it, and the daily operations of a family that is, by objective measure, hard on structures, the house stands because Marge maintains it, because Homer occasionally fixes things correctly on the first attempt, because the family keeps coming back to it, and the coming back is its own form of maintenance, the daily renewal of the implicit agreement that this is the place, this is where they are, this is home. The address is 742 Evergreen Terrace, Springfield. The state is undefined. The family will be back by the end of the episode. What Springfield knows that we don't. Springfield has a secret. Not the radiation, not the coma, not the conspiracy, not any of the specific mysteries the show has embedded in its 36-year run. A different kind of secret. The kind that is not hidden so much as it is simply not said out loud. The kind that exists in the space between what the show says and what the show does. The secret is this: Springfield already knows everything. The residents of Springfield are not innocent. They are not naive. They are not simply too cognitively impaired by decades of radiation to understand what is happening around them. They are, underneath the surface of the collective forgetting and the episodic amnesia and the carefully maintained denial, aware of the shape of their situation. They have always been aware. The three-eyed fish appeared in their river in Season 2. It was national news. It was examined. It was presented to them, clearly and specifically, as evidence of what the power plant's runoff was doing to the living organisms in their water supply. The town looked at the three-eyed fish, and then looked at Burns, and then, collectively, looked away. Not because they couldn't connect the dots. Because connecting the dots led to a conclusion that the town's economy could not accommodate. The power plant employs people. The power plant produces the electricity that the town runs on. The power plant is the center of gravity for Springfield's economic and social life in a way that makes any serious challenge to its operation an existential threat to the daily lives of the people who would be most affected by the challenge. They looked away because the alternative to looking away was too costly to contemplate. This is not stupidity. This is the very human calculation that communities make every day. The trade between what we know and what we can afford to act on. The knowledge stays. The knowledge is present. But the knowledge coexists with the daily need to get up and go to work and make dinner and put the children to bed. And those daily operations require a level of functional stability that sustained confrontation with the knowledge would destroy. Springfield has made this trade. Not once, in a single decisive moment, but continuously, day by day, in the individual choices of individual residents to not push further on the things they have noticed. The collective amnesia is not amnesia in the clinical sense. It is a practice skill. The forgetting is a social technology, a community practice that has developed, over decades, into a reliable mechanism for maintaining the conditions under which ordinary life remains possible. And the show, across 36 years, has been making this visible. Not by explaining it. Springfield does not explain it, because Springfield cannot afford to explain it, because the explaining would require acknowledging the forgetting, and the acknowledgement would break the mechanism. But by showing it. By staging catastrophe after catastrophe and reset after reset, and placing the audience in the position of watching a community choose, collectively and in real time, not to retain what it has just experienced. The audience has been watching Springfield Forget for 36 years, and somewhere in the watching, some portion of the audience has recognized the mechanism from somewhere else, has seen the version of this that operates in the communities they know, in the dynamics of their own daily lives, in the trades between knowledge and accommodation that their own situations require. Springfield is not a dystopia. It is not a warning. It is a mirror. And the thing you see in it, if you look long enough and honestly enough, is the mechanism by which ordinary people in ordinary places sustain ordinary lives in the presence of knowledge that, fully confronted, would make those ordinary lives impossible. The show does not judge this. That is the most sophisticated thing about it. It does not present the forgetting as failure or as moral weakness. It presents the forgetting as the thing that people do, as the thing we have always done, as the thing that allows the family to sit on the couch, and the beer to be cold, and the episode to end with everything more or less in the configuration it began in. The loop is not a flaw. The loop is the feature. The loop is how Springfield keeps going. And how Springfield keeps going is the answer to the question the show has been asking since December 17, 1989, in every episode, through every disaster, and every recovery, and every reset. How do ordinary people keep living in a world that is, on careful examination, more difficult than it is possible to fully face? The answer is, they don't fully face it. They face the amount of it they can afford to face, and they keep the rest in the garage with Marge's paintings, and they go to work on Monday, and make dinner in the evening, and sit on the couch at 8 o'clock on Sunday. And the family is there. And the family being there is what makes all of it possible. What we take from Springfield. If you've been here all the way through, all of these rooms, all of these characters, all of this time in the company of a family that has never aged and a town that has never quite been located on any map, then you have done something that most people do not do with The Simpsons. Most people watch it. They laugh, they go to sleep, they wake up and the episode they watched has receded into the general archive of the show. Another entry in the vast catalog, recalled occasionally when something triggers the specific joke, or the specific image, or the specific voice. You have sat with it. You have let it open up. You have let the comedy be comedy, but also let the things underneath the comedy be what they are, an account of a family, and a town, and a time, and a way of living that is, despite the yellow skin, and the four fingers, and the floating timeline, and the nuclear plant, recognizably ours, because they are us. Homer's desperate need to be loved, and his difficulty in sustaining the attention required to consistently receive the love that is already present, that is human. Marge's quiet management of everything, the invisible labor of keeping the structure standing, that is human. Bart's bravado over the wound he has never quite been able to name, human. Lisa's loneliness inside her intelligence, the loneliness of seeing more clearly than the environment around you is built to accommodate, human. Maggie's watching, her accumulation, her patient and complete attention to everything happening around her without expression of what she is gathering, human in a way that many of us recognize from our own most private and most watchful moments. Burns's terrible efficiency, Ned's manufactured grace, Mona's exile and return, Smithers's devotion that cannot quite find its exit, Bob's intelligence aimed at the wrong target for too long to redirect, Abe's stories that the room empties before they finish. All of it is human. The show is not about aliens. It is not about superheroes. It is not about people with unusual powers or unusual circumstances operating in a world shaped around those powers. It is about a family that is messy and loving and imperfect and resilient and occasionally self-destructive and almost always trying in the specific and imperfect ways that trying looks when it happens inside the ordinary conditions of ordinary life. The nuclear power plant is real, in the sense that the things that damage communities are real, the industries and the economic dependencies and the specific ways that concentrated power shapes the lives of people who depend on it. The floating timeline is real, in the sense that our relationship with time and memory and the passage of years is genuinely strange, genuinely difficult to account for. The collective forgetting is real, in the sense that communities have always found ways to sustain themselves in the presence of knowledge they cannot fully confront. Springfield is not a fantasy. It is a funhouse mirror of a place we already live. The show has been holding the mirror for 36 years, and the thing in the mirror, messy, warm, imperfect, resilient, deeply human, is something worth looking at, not to solve, not to fix, just to see. Thank you for sitting with it. The family will be back next Sunday. They always come back. That's the whole point. Good night. The Simpsons and the American Dream. What Springfield really costs. The American dream in its most compressed, traditional form is a straightforward promise. If you work hard enough, if you show up and do the job and play by the rules that the society around you has set, you will be rewarded with the specific things the dream names: a house, a family, security, the reasonable expectation that your children will have a better version of what you have. Homer Simpson has all of these things. He has the house, 742 Evergreen Terrace, with the lawn and the garage and the kitchen and the couch. He has the family, Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, a family that is, despite everything, intact. He has the job, steady employment at the nuclear plant, consistent wages, enough to keep the household running in the specific economic register of working-class American stability. And his children, in the show's episodic logic, if not in the cold statistics, are in school, are developing, are on the trajectory towards something. He has the dream. And the show has spent 36 years making visible what the dream costs him. The house is possible because of a deal his father made with the man who destroyed his family. The job is possible because of the same deal, maintained through a conspiracy of silence that Homer has never been told about. The security of his employment has been sustained not by his performance, which has been, by objective measure, catastrophic, but by Burns's contractual obligation, which exists because Burns committed a crime that Abe discovered and chose to monetize rather than expose. Everything Homer has that looks like the reward of the dream is actually the product of arrangements made over his head, before he was old enough to know arrangements were being made, by people who had various interests in his continued compliance and relative stability and inability to look too clearly at his own situation. This is not the story the dream tells about itself. The dream says, you earn what you have. The effort and the having are connected by your own exertion. What you build, you build. What you received because you gave something commensurate with it. Homer's situation says, the connection between effort and reward is not what the story claims. The house exists because someone made a deal. The job exists because someone made a deal. The stability is not earned. It is maintained by a structure built by people with interests in its maintenance, and Homer is inside the structure without knowledge of its foundations. This is not a cynical reading of Homer's life. It is an accurate one. And the show has been making it available, in fragments and in subtext and in the occasional direct revelation, for its entire run. The dream is real. Homer is living it. And the conditions that produced it are not the ones the dream's own mythology describes. Springfield is full of people in this position. People who have, in the material sense, the things the dream promises: houses, jobs, families, the ongoing infrastructure of daily life in a community with schools and hospitals and grocery stores. And who have these things not because the system operated as described, rewarding effort and competence and the right behavior, but because the system operates in the actual way systems operate, through the accumulation of power and the maintenance of arrangements and the specific distribution of access that serves the interests of people sufficiently powerful to shape the distribution. Burns shapes the distribution. He has been shaping it for a century. The distribution looks, from inside Springfield, like the ordinary texture of things, like how life works, like the way the world is. Because Burns has been shaping it for long enough that the shape he has given it has become indistinguishable from the default shape. This is the most sophisticated thing the show has done with its central villain. It has not made him a figure from outside who invaded and corrupted a healthy community. It has made him the founder of the conditions under which the community operates. Springfield does not remember a version of itself that existed before Burns's influence, because there is no such version in the living memory of any current resident. The influence is the baseline. The conditions Burns created are simply how things are. And Homer sits on the couch in the house built on that baseline and drinks a beer and laughs at the television and loves his family and does not think about why the beer is cold and the house is his and the job is waiting on Monday. He does not think about it because the thinking would cost him the warmth. And the warmth, the couch, the family, the beer, the house, is what makes everything else bearable. He chooses the warmth. He always chooses the warmth. And maybe that is not so different from what most of us do in our own versions of Springfield, in our own versions of the house at the address that exists somewhere on a street in a town we have never quite been able to place on any map. We choose the warmth. We come home to it. We maintain it with whatever combination of effort and accommodation and deliberate not looking is required to sustain it. We are all, in this specific and modest way, Homer Simpson. The things that last. The show has been renewed again. This is the fact that every analysis of The Simpsons eventually arrives at. The fact that underlies every theory about what the show is doing and what it means and what will happen to Springfield in the next season and the season after that. The show keeps going. It has been kept going for 36 years by forces that include creative inertia and financial incentive and brand management and the genuine, ongoing affection of an audience that has not quite been able to stop watching. And underneath all of those forces, the thing that has kept it going, the engine that has sustained it through seasons of varying quality and through the long middle years when the critics declared it over, and through the streaming era that gave it a new audience it had not anticipated, is the family. The family keeps people watching. Not Homer specifically, not any of the subplots or the celebrity appearances or the seasonal specials. The family. The ongoing, imperfect, resilient fact of these 5 people in this house finding their way through whatever the episode throws at them, and arriving by the final minutes at something that is not resolution. Springfield does not do resolution, but recognition. The recognition of each other, the recognition of the household, the specific acknowledgement, performed in the register of comedy but felt in the register of something else, that they are together, and that together is where they will be when the episode ends. This is what people come back for. Not the jokes, though the jokes are real, and they are often still good. The jokes are the medium. The family is the message. The Simpsons has been saying the same thing since December 17, 1989. It has been saying it through 300 different plots and 700 different guest appearances and 36 years of cultural change that has reshaped nearly everything about the context in which the show operates. Through all of that, the same thing. Family is complicated. Family is imperfect. Family costs you things and asks more of you than you sometimes have available to give. Family fails. Family disappoints. Family sits on the couch next to you without knowing what you need and without asking. And family is the thing you come home to. The couch receives everyone. In the end, in the closing moments of whatever episode we are watching, the couch receives everyone. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, in whatever configuration the episode has scattered them and then reassembled them, landing in their places on the couch, in the house on Evergreen Terrace, in the town that has no fixed location, and the family that has no fixed age. The couch receives everyone. That has been the show's thesis for 36 years. It has not changed. It will not change. Because that is the part that is worth keeping. The part that the floating timeline and the collective forgetting and the cracked cooling towers and all the rest of it is organized around protecting. The couch. The family. Home. Press play. The credits are rolling. The music is starting. They are on their way. The background characters. Springfield's hidden witnesses. There is a category of Springfield resident that the show has never quite centered and never quite abandoned. The person who appears in the margins of the frame, who is present in the crowd scenes and the exterior shots, who walks past the window or stands in the background of the bar scene or sits 3 rows behind the main characters at the school assembly. These people have names, in many cases. They have recurring design signatures that allow you to recognize them. They appear with enough regularity that the attentive viewer develops something like a relationship with them. Not the relationship you have with the main family, nothing of that depth or consistency, but a recognition, a sense that this person is part of Springfield in a way that is genuine, even if it is mostly silent. Hans Moleman is the most extensively documented of these. He has been killed, injured, humiliated, and survived so many times across so many seasons that he constitutes his own small mystery within the larger mystery of how Springfield works. A man who appears to be elderly but claims to be 31. A man who is nearly blind and walks with the careful gait of someone who has learned that the world contains unexpected obstacles because the world has demonstrated this to him repeatedly and at great cost. A man who dies and returns without comment, in the same way that everything in Springfield resets without comment. The show has not fully decided what to do with this. Is it comedy? The running joke of the most killed character? The background gag of mortality made comic? Is it evidence? The most extreme example of what Springfield's environment does to its residents? The most compressed version of the radiation theory's implications? Is it the coma theory's most visible expression? A background character so peripheral to Homer's actual relationships that the dreaming mind cannot maintain consistency about whether he is dead or alive? All 3 explanations hold. The show does not resolve them. Because the show does not resolve things, it accumulates. The accumulation of Moleman, of his deaths and returns and the town's complete failure to respond to either as remarkable, is part of the accumulation of everything else. Then there are the other regulars. Barney Gumble, the tragic figure of the bar, who had a life before the drinking that the show has occasionally and painfully revealed, an academic career, a musical gift, a capacity for the kind of connection that the drinking has been slowly dissolving for decades. Who gets episodes that are about him and that are handled with more care and more honesty than the comedy register usually requires? Who is, in his specific way, one of the most accurate depictions of what sustained addiction does to a person's relationship with their own potential? Kent Brockman, whose journalism is compromised not by stupidity, but by the specific pressures of operating in a media environment that rewards certain kinds of coverage and quietly discourages others, who knows, on some level, that the reporting he is doing is incomplete, and who proceeds with the incomplete version because the complete version would require a kind of institutional courage that his institutional context does not support. Principal Skinner, or the man who has been living as Principal Skinner, carrying the specific psychological weight of a stolen identity that he cannot set down, even now that the stealing has been revealed and legally adjudicated, and the town has collectively voted to pretend the revelation did not happen. He is still there, still Skinner, still managing the school with the specific mixture of genuine commitment and institutional anxiety that has always characterized him. The identity he took has become more him than the identity he was born with. He does not know whether that is victory or tragedy. Chief Wiggum, whose incompetence is so consistent and so total that it constitutes its own argument about what the absence of accountability does to institutional performance over time. He has been chief for as long as anyone can remember. He has never faced meaningful professional consequences for any of the failures his tenure has generated. And so the failures continue, and the incompetence persists, and the town's relationship with its own law enforcement is organized around the expectation of non-enforcement rather than the expectation of protection. Each of these people has a story. Each of them is carrying something. Each of them is a node in the network of relationships and secrets and dependencies that constitute Springfield's social fabric. The show has never had time for all of them. 36 seasons has not been enough time for all of them. There is always more Springfield than the show can hold. That is part of what makes it feel like a place. Real places always have more of themselves than any single account can render. Real places overflow the frame. The people at the edges of the frame are real people with real lives that extend beyond their moment in it. Springfield overflows the frame. That is how you know it is a place. Small moments that tell everything. The show has 36 seasons of small moments. This is not a dramatic observation. It is the simple arithmetic of a series that has run for as long as this one. The sheer volume of episodes produces an enormous number of moments, and not all of them are in service of plot, and not all of them are jokes. Some of them are just true. Homer looking at Marge across the kitchen at a moment that has no particular comedic payoff, with the expression that surfaces in him in the episodes that allow it, the specific expression of a man who is aware, briefly and completely, that he is lucky. Lisa sitting alone in her room with the saxophone across her lap, not playing, just holding it, in the way you hold the thing that is most yours. Bart, in a moment between disasters, sitting on the curb outside the school, watching something in the middle distance with an expression that is not the bravado and not the performance, but something underneath both. The face of a kid who is tired of trying so hard to seem like he isn't trying. Maggie watching. Always Maggie watching. Marge at the kitchen counter, very early in the morning before anyone else is awake, with a cup of coffee and the specific stillness of someone who has found a few minutes that belong entirely to her before the day claims them. Grandpa Abe mid-story, in a moment when the story is going somewhere real before the digression comes, when the thing it was always going to be about flickers into visibility for just a second. Burns in an unguarded moment, rare, the show has not given us many, but there are a few, where something that was there before the century of decisions broke through and was briefly visible. Something that might have been, under different conditions, something like ordinary human feeling. Smithers arriving at Burns's office in the morning, in the moment before Burns notices him, in which the expression on Smithers's face is the full, unmanaged version of everything he carries. Ned Flanders looking up from the lawn in the evening, toward a sky from which the answer has not come and will not come tonight, and that he will look toward again tomorrow, because that is what he does. Bob, in a cell somewhere, reading, not scheming, just reading, in the genuine pleasure of the thing he loves best when the scheming is not available to him. Mona, in the years of exile, looking at something that reminded her. These moments are in the show. They are scattered through the seasons, in the gaps between the comedy, in the places where the show breathes. You have to be watching for them, but they are there. They are the show telling you what it actually thinks, not through dialogue or plot or the big constructed emotional moments. Through the face, briefly, in a frame that holds it long enough. Through the small truth inside the big comedy. Through the people, briefly, as themselves. Springfield is those moments. The town and the family and the 36 years of watching. It is those moments and the accumulation of them and the way that accumulation, over time, produces something that feels like knowledge of a place and a family that do not exist and that you have known, somehow, your whole life. They are in there. They have always been in there. You just have to stay in the room long enough to see them. Stay in the room. The show is still going. One more pass through Springfield. It is late in Springfield. The kind of late where the streets have gone quiet, and the lights in most of the houses have gone out, and the nuclear plant hums on the horizon in its steady, invisible way, doing what it has always done, powering the town through the night with the same leaking, uncorrected 342 violation architecture that it has always run on. The Simpsons household is dark. Homer is asleep. He sleeps with the specific completeness of someone who does not carry his worries into the night, not because the worries are absent, but because his particular cognitive profile does not include the mechanism that most people use to transport the day's unresolved business into the hours of sleep. He goes out completely. The snoring is the sound of a man who has found, in unconsciousness, the version of peace that eludes him during waking hours. Marge is awake for a few minutes longer than Homer. This is her habit, her particular version of the transition between the day and the night. She moves through the house checking the children's doors, the locks, the state of the kitchen, which she has already cleaned, but which she checks again because checking is how she completes the day, how she moves from the active version of herself to the version that can rest. When she is satisfied that everything is as it should be, she goes to bed. She is asleep quickly. The specific exhaustion of a day lived at Marge's level of attention produces a sleep that arrives without negotiation. Bart is not asleep yet. He is awake in the particular late-night way of a child who has not fully accepted that the day is over, who is extracting the last possible units of consciousness from the available hours before the morning resets everything. He is not thinking about anything in particular. He is just awake, in the way of someone for whom sleep feels like concession. He will be asleep within the hour. The day catches up with everyone eventually. Lisa is reading. She will be reading later than she should and sleeping less than she needs, and she will get up in the morning slightly tired and go to school and be more present there than anyone else in her class, despite the sleep deficit, because that is what her particular brain does. She reads until the words stop making sense, and then she puts the book on the stack that has been accumulating on her nightstand, and she sleeps. Maggie is asleep. She has been asleep for hours, in the particular, compact, totally committed sleep of a 1-year-old who has been absorbing everything all day and now requires the processing time that sleep provides. Whatever she gathered during the day, whatever she observed, whatever she filed, whatever she is slowly assembling into the picture that only she has, it is processing right now, in the sleep that looks like nothing and is everything. The house is quiet, the town outside is quiet, the plant hums on. Somewhere across the fence, Ned Flanders is saying his evening prayers, specifically and sincerely to the God who has not yet answered in the direct way he has been hoping for. He says them anyway. He has always said them anyway. He will say them tomorrow. He will be there on Sunday. The prayer is not contingent on the answer. In a facility across town, Mr. Burns is scheduling his next treatment. The system that keeps him alive does not take nights off. It continues while he sleeps, managing the equilibrium, maintaining the balance, ensuring that when he wakes up, the diseases are still gridlocked and the week's clock has started over. Sideshow Bob, wherever he is tonight, is sleeping with something near him that he has been reading. Something large and serious and entirely inappropriate for a prison cell if that is where he is. The reading is the part of his day he keeps for himself. Grandpa Abe is in the middle of a dream about something that happened a long time ago in a place that was real and that most of the people who were there are no longer around to confirm. The dream is vivid. The details are specific. In the dream, he finishes the story. In the dream, someone stays to hear the ending. Mona is not here. She was here, briefly, and now she is somewhere else in the way that the people we have lost are somewhere else, present in the structures they shaped, in the people they formed, in the spaces their absence has permanently altered. She is in Homer. She has always been in Homer. He breathes in the dark, completely asleep, unaware of the plant on the horizon and the deal his father made, and the employer who signed his checks, and the conspiracy of arrangements that produced the life he is living. He is dreaming, possibly. We cannot know for certain. The coma theory hovers at the edge of that uncertainty, as it has hovered since season 4, as it will continue to hover because the show will not resolve it, and the evidence will continue to accumulate, and the question will remain open in the way the show keeps all of its questions open, permanently, productively, in a way that keeps the conversation alive. He dreams, or he is the dream. Either way, the family is there, in the house, on the street, in the town that has no fixed address. Either way, it is Springfield. Either way, they are home. Sleep well. The show will be here when you wake up. It always is. A final note on what stays. The Simpsons has been canceled many times in the minds of critics. It has been declared over, declared past its prime, declared a shadow of what it was. These declarations have been made with regularity since approximately the 9th season, and the show has continued for 27 more seasons since the first of them, producing the specific comedy of outlasting every prediction of its ending. It endures for reasons that resist simple analysis. The brand is real. The financial incentives are real. The production infrastructure that is built up around the show across 4 decades is real. And real infrastructure resists dismantling even when the creative case for dismantling it is strong. But something else is also real: the audience. The people who watched it as children and still watch it as adults. The people who discovered it through streaming and work backward through the archive. The people who put it on as background and find themselves periodically actually watching, actually present in the episode in a way the background noise framing did not anticipate. Those people are real. Their relationship to the show is real. And the show, whatever its variable quality across 36 seasons, is real enough to sustain a relationship that has lasted, in some cases, for the entirety of a human life. People who were born the year the show debuted are now 36 years old. The show has been running for every year of their lives. It has been there for all of it. The specific continuity of that presence, of a thing that has been consistently, reliably there across the full span of a life, is not nothing. It is, in fact, something that very few things in modern life can offer. The show offers it. Every Sunday. Every episode. Every couch gag, and every opening credit sequence, and every catastrophe that resets by morning, and every small moment of genuine feeling embedded in the comedy. The family is there. They have always been there. That is the final word on The Simpsons. Not the theories, not the mysteries, not the buried storylines or the fan speculation or the 36 years of analysis. The final word is simpler than all of that. They are there. You can go back to them. They will not have changed. That is the gift. Why we keep watching. A final accounting. There is a version of this question, why do people keep watching The Simpsons, that the entertainment industry answers in terms of habit and brand and the inertia of a long-running institution. There is a version that the critics answer in terms of cultural nostalgia and the way longevity itself becomes a form of prestige, regardless of the quality of any individual episode. These explanations are real. They account for some of the viewership. They explain the casual tuning in, the background watching, the comfort food relationship that many people have with a show that has been on television for longer than they have been watching television. But they do not explain the people who sit with it, the people who notice the small moments, the people who have theories and who care about the theories and who argue about the theories with people they have never met, in comment sections and on forums and in the conversations that fan communities sustain around texts they love. Those people are not watching out of habit. They are watching because the show keeps giving them something to engage with, because there is more in it than the surface presents, because the 36 years of accumulated character and history and the specific texture of Springfield's impossible geography produces a depth of reference that rewards attention in ways that fewer seasons and fewer episodes simply cannot. You find more in it every time you go back. That is the definition of something worth returning to. The theories we have explored, the radiation, the coma, the shooting, Burns's immortality, the collective forgetting, Maggie's silence, the floating timeline, are not the point of the show. The show's own creators have been clear about this in their occasional engagements with fan theory. The show is a comedy. It was written to be funny. The depth that fans have excavated from it is real, but it was not placed there with the intention of producing theories. It was placed there by 36 years of consistent character work and recurring motif, and the specific depth that emerges when skilled writers keep returning to the same people across a long period of time and treat them as real, even inside the comedy. The depth is a byproduct of the commitment to the characters. The theories are a byproduct of the depth. The watching is the response to all of it. People keep watching because something in The Simpsons, underneath the surface jokes and the contemporary references and the celebrity appearances and the couch gags, tells the truth about something they recognize from their own lives, not the truth about nuclear contamination or comas or billionaire immortality, the truth about families, about the people you love who disappoint you, about the home you keep returning to even when returning is complicated, about the version of yourself you chose and the version you wonder about the specific difficulty and the specific reward of staying. The Simpsons tells that truth. It has been telling it for 36 years. That is why we keep watching. That is why we will keep watching. The show is still on. The family is still there. The couch is waiting.